10, 20 minutes normally, yeah. So, I'm going to switch us over to KSP, and I will be back momentarily. We're going to work on the SSTO launchpad. Let's go heavy SSTO launch complex construction mission mode part 183. All right. So, all right, Liz. Hey, good talking to you. Thanks for helping me out with information. I appreciate it. I cover every rocket launch here, or at least most of them that are streamed. Cover a lot of SpaceX stuff, but I basically use the stream to teach people and get people excited about spaceflight. So, if you like it, yeah, I'm usually here during rocket launches. If you hate me and you think I look weird, which is fine, I mean, yeah, I see it, then, yeah, thank you for watching this stream. But, yeah, I do cover the rocket launches, and I try to teach people what's going on with the space program, you know, without being a sensationalist douche nozzle. Oh, jeez, did I say that out loud? Anyway, I'll be back in 20, guys. Still plenty of stream left. Gary, calm down. Calm down. All right, be back in a second.
Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go and throttle up.
Chat, the chip run was a success. Just thought I'd let everybody know. I want to thank everybody involved, which is just mostly me. Yep. So I'm just going to sit here and thank me for being awesome. Yeah, that's pretty much it. All right, cool. Are we ready to play Kerbal? Really was 20 minutes. Color me impressed. Yeah. It was 20 minutes, but you don't want to know how far I went. I literally went, I don't know, half mile. How are the chips? So humble. You will not. The chips are good, but you will not have the drink. All right, so shut that. Let's get Robert Parker going. Let's get right into Kerbal. What are my chips, mate? They're gone, mate. Thank you for making Brimo happy. I do what I must because I can. Space news. I don't know what happened in space today. Well, maybe you can find out at the end of the night. So say we all. And go. So say we all. I got the chips were very good. Just happy to get the chips and make girl happy. Yeah. Phil, what's up, dude? New video. You can see particles from the thruster firing your communications as everything went down. Yeah. It's important to note, Phil, that whatever it is, look.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Whatever happened with Nauka, it's when it happened when it was over the Russian ground station. So another thing to consider is whether Nauka has the ability to talk through Tidris, because I noticed that they did the docking over Russia. That the Nauka doing whatever happened over Russia, and then their correction maneuvers for Nauka to get it to stop was also over Russia. So that tells me that
Discovery,
yeah, Nauka went over the hill, and then when it reestablished connection, yeah, it got a little confused. Assuming you already saw the super heavy plumbing, no way people didn't post that. You're correct. I think it got posted 4 or 5 times, Blue, but also it's worth talking about. It's really cool. Tipsy, 26-month resub. Grits and Gravy with a 10-monther in there. What happened with Nauka? I covered it pretty extensively before break, Ryan. Yeah, just jet back in the VOD and check it out. Did you put part pressure limits on for career mode? Yes. Yes, I did. What are the odds it doesn't rud like the N1 on its first go? I don't think so. I don't think it would do that. It might. It's possible, Blue. I mean... Alright, dude, so we're working. We got the Pathfinder model pretty much finished. Now I gotta make a launch pad that can move this thing. Pathfinder is the 3rd prototype that we've made. We lost 2 in testing, trying to figure out the tanks. We lost 2 of them in testing because of the tanks, so this is prototype 3. This is a flight prototype here. We finished it. I have this up on Kerbal X for people to be able to check out if they need it. I got faith, but nobody's tried this many motors in 50 years. Falcon Heavy had 27. I'm not worried. Nauka's like, nobody puts Nauka in the corner. Yeah. When is it scheduled to fly? This thing is scheduled to fly when the pad is finished, so we got to work on the launch pad for the thing, dudes. So that's what we're going to work on now. I started working on it, and I made decent progress. It's pretty good. I have a mock-up here, but I really worked on the base plate for this pad to get the base plate figured out, because, once again, the loads involved here are ridiculous. We figured out I mean, this is what I have thus far, and we're going to have to go in and mess with it. But we figured out that, well, Prototype 6 should be, it should still have fuel in the tanks from the other day. No, it doesn't. Well, when this thing is empty, it's 273 tons with no payload in it. If it has the highest rated payload, it goes up to 300. The highest rated payload that I want in it, it goes up to 300. 300 tons. So we need to be able to make something that can move 300 tons up in the air. However, that's only half the battle. Once I get the thing facing straight up, not only does it have to be able to hold 300 tons up like this, but it also needs to be able to hold that plus all the fuel that I need to fill this thing up to get it off the launch pad. And that fully fueled, this thing is 1,370 tons. You gotta remember, everything inside of the aeroshell is just fuel. There's fuel tanks just jam-packed in here as much as I possibly could. So about that, yeah, we gotta... Yeah. Do you need new flags for this? No, for a minute, not at all. How you feeling, buddy? Feeling alright? Falcon! 23 months, holy crap-a-roos. I got some Dunkaroos. Alright. Me thinking about how I need to find a job and apartment, figure out financial aid, enroll in classes, and move back to Buffalo in 4 weeks. This is fine. Yeah. Improvise, adapt, overcome. I'll be fine in 24? Okay. I heard a great explanation of the rocket equation. Not only do you need fuel to get the rocket into space, you need fuel to get that fuel into space, and then you need fuel to get the fuel into space. Yep. Do you play Cities anymore? Hey, Ansel. Long time no see. I started actually playing Cities the other day. Yeah, I picked it up again. Yeah, I hadn't played pretty much since the beginning of the pandemic. Yeah. I don't really know why I stopped playing. I'm sure I had a good reason. Can't remember what it was, though. But yeah, I do play cities. I showed off Epcot the other day and started working on it. You recently started playing again? Cool, cool. Or, yeah, no, it could be 1/10 of a milligram, Kyron. Because Epcot was out of reach or closed? Yes. Stationeers got in the way of cities? Ah, yeah, that's right, Hell Hydra. Gotta be careful with those community projects, man. They suck you in. Alright, so we have to work on the pad. We need to basically, yeah, we need it to hold up a lot of, yes. I need to get this pad done by tonight, so yeah, this could be problematic. Glances nervously at Minecraft. Don't worry, that project's not going anywhere. It's in good hands. How have you been? I've been hit by the 19. I'm fine. You know what? I spent all my break going and getting chips. I'm gonna need a cup of coffee. Next community project. Oh boy. City Skylines multiplayer. I was thinking Starbase demo, to be honest with you. But yeah. That's cool, Green. Yeah, I wanted to play Starbase today, but Nauka had other plans. Nauka had...
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Smelly cheese. That's right, Rocket Guy. Rocket Guy, I'll be 100% honest with you. Considering Nauka's age and what it took to get it up into space in the first place, I'm amazed more didn't go wrong. And that's not a like a demerit towards the Russian space program, dude. It's actually pretty damn impressive that the thing didn't just pop when they put it up in space, you know? Hey Steven, what's going on? So we got to do some load work here. The transporter erector is pretty much good to go. It's just a longer version of the other one. It's a longer version of the same thing. It should be adequate. I wanted to see if we could put a hydraulic extender on this because of the landing gear, the center landing gear on this thing. So yeah, let me get the mock-up here. The Pathfinder. The Pathfinder is a hollowed out shell of the SSTO that is the same mass, and it has all basically the expensive bits taken off of it. Because, yeah, I don't want to test with a, I don't want to do testing with a full prototype, so serial number 3 is the flight prototype, and serial number 4 here is the Pathfinder. Kurz is the same as on Progress and Soyuz. It's more like a software issue, so the age doesn't matter. I guess, man. I mean, I'm trying to say it's a pretty damn good achievement. I'm not, it's not a demerit by any means. I mean, Kem, I get asked all the time, well, why don't the Russians why don't they just remake the N1? Why don't they just bring Buran Energia back? Well, there's a good reason why we don't do that. Nauka is a good example as to why you don't do that, because it's ridiculously difficult. But, hey, Roscosmos still did it. He did it. They did it, dude. Freaking awesome, dude. It's really, I'm really impressed. Serious. I'm freaking. That's freaking talent right there, man. It's not easy to do what they did today. And you know, it's cool because it's also cool because NASA has their back. You know, they work together and they worked the problem. And they figured it the frick out. That's how you space program, man. This will be logged in lessons learned and almost immediately forgotten. Yeah, I know what you mean. Pathfinder's having some weird problems going on with the body flap, but it's fine. That's cool, dude. It's pretty awesome. I'm pretty excited. Alright. Be like Gary. Be literally speechless. I'm speechless. Thanks, Gary. Alright, so let's get our indicators here figured out. It looks like some of the pad might be clipping right there. I don't know how we could get around that. Or we could just say screw it and just leave it like that. Yeah, this is gonna be tough, man. Let me check something. I need to check the height at which this is at. So I'm doing a lot of measuring here because this lattice structure, or the structure that I'm working on here, once again, this box that I'm making, it needs to be one of the strongest things I've ever made in Kerbal. Like you need to be able to, this box should be strong enough to survive re-entry. Like if I re-entered this part of the pad, it should be able to survive re-entry and then hit the ground, and it should still be good enough. It should still be good enough to work. That's how strong I need to make this thing. It's no joke. I wonder if this old Nalka being old concept can be applied to any programs in the US. Huh. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder. Huh. It looks like we're slightly offset here. Interesting. I don't know. Wait, why would this one be closer to the fairing? Like that. Why would our... Is it making history tube long enough to reach from the bottom of the top? I think we'd need two of them, Loopy. Yeah. Load being carried through a single part. Yeah. Isn't there an SRB that's the right length? Well, Jacka, I have some issues here. We have load I don't know how parts are gonna deal with 1,500 tons. It wasn't a big deal with the small SSTO. Like I'm not But the small SSTO fully fueled weighs about as much as this thing, so I know that, you know, I can build it in a similar manner, at least the parts that turn this thing upright. But parts in Kerbal, when they get squished like that, they explode. Part pressure. Oh yeah, that's absolutely a thing. You gotta be careful. So, oh boy. I'm not sure what I should do in this regard here. Also, I'm not exactly sure how, but the engine and fuel tank mounts are one tick above that fairing. I mean, I can, yeah, that wasn't really intentional, but on the prototype, I do need to make sure that our center of thrust is going through the center of mass. I think that a single part under compression load is still stronger than the 3 I-beams on nodes and joints. Well, Loopy, what I have here is just a mock-up. That's all. It's just a mock. I'm not... Yeah, see? It's just a mock-up because I can't... See what I'm talking about? There are parts that get in the way. There are several hazards in the way. The flamps rub against the jumbles. What about a fairing with interstage nodes turned on? I have the fairing, I don't have the interstage nodes, but this fairing is going to be carrying most of the load. I'm talking about the rest of the structure. So, like, 2 questions to ask. A, how do I make it carry the rest of the structure? And B, how do we keep it centered on the ground so it doesn't move? What if you angle the I-beams out like a trapezoid sideways? As you said, 45 is strongest. Which I-beams? Which ones? The outer ones. Guys, I-beams are strong. They're strong if you strut them together. They have a small attachment node, which does kind of suck, but they are really frigging strong. What I'm really doing right now is I'm just trying to get the spacing, believe it or not, I'm just trying to get the spacing figured out. Give me one moment. This is kind of just a mock-up of the launch flange. And honestly, even replacing these with fairings, it doesn't leave us a lot of room. I saw your VOD yesterday. First, your Borat imitations are hilarious. Borat the Pad Builder. Guy, yes, is great success. Second, did Venture Star need any treatment after each flight? No, Praga, it had a 100% reusable heat shield. Now, the heat shield was 100% reusable, but it also was the most expensive heat shield ever devised by man. Venture Star and the X-33 were going to have nickel titanium tiles. So not silicate, not tough and unifibrous reinforced carbon oxidization resistant, not tough rock, not silica tiles, nickel titanium tiles. So it has a nickel titanium plate, like that's what you would have saw on the outside. And then behind that you have a box of Inconel, right, that closes onto the back of the tile. And that Inconel metal box is welded to the back of the tile, and then inside of the box that's welded to the tile, there's aluminum cilia fibers. Yeah, very complicated heat shield, but also 100% reusable. Yeah, it is. It would have been expensive. I will tell you that right now. No, not hypersonics. Oh no, that's spaceport design. Aerodynamic uncertainty. Flight visualization. Ops Center. Yeah, Tough Rock. Tough and Unipiece fibrous reinforced oxidation resistant composite something or other. Tough Rock. Entry guidance. No. Early configurations. Early configurations again. Final report. Aerothermal. There you go. There's a picture of them right there. Yeah, overlapping tiles also very cutting edge for the time. Nobody's still done that. Having overlapping tiles can help prevent can help you with hypersonic flow a lot. The position that the tiles are placed in basically it vectors the plasma out in certain directions because like if you look at the space shuttle, some of the tiles are like diagonal on the bottom because what it's designed to do is it's trying to take that plasma and push it out towards the wings. So the direction that the tiles are facing help vector the plasma flow in certain directions, but they also you have a seam here, so you know plasma can get in there. That actually happens too. So it's interesting they had overlapping tiles as well. It was, like I said, this would have been ridiculously expensive. Like this thing would have been not so expensive, but the heat shield would have been 100% reusable. Yeah. See, it's kind of like it's a plate with a box attached to the back. See that? Yeah, see, consisted of an array of flat Inconel 617 TPS panels, mostly. Yeah, it was pretty rad. All right, anyway, back to this. Should just put some Rhino liner on there. Yep. Yeah, they were thick. Line it with Teflon, it'll be fine. Plasma won't stick then. Right. Could you use the Mark III to Mark II adapter tanks in place of the Mark III tanks at the back of the pad to allow for more room for the beams? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. You can't move the nuke, it's too heavy, Rogue. You can look at the different parts here and it'll say if it's a cargo part that can be placed in inventories. If it's a non-cargo part that it can't be placed in a storage container but can be manipulated in EVA construction. And then there's just certain parts that just can't be manipulated at all. Yeah. You can better understand that by hitting cargo right here, and it'll show you what you can and can't mess with. I'm just trying to think here. Alright, well, let me undo the struts to make sure that nothing gets running correctly. Alright, so yeah, I gotta get rid of that. Unattach this for a second, or detach it. And then what I can do with this part of the pad is and you can go play the kazoo. Well, Jack, I don't really care about having the adapters here, to be honest with you. That doesn't bother me, not having the adapters in there. Yeah, just even this is fine. Of course I wasn't in symmetry. It was something I had to do anyway, Jack, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, there's really no good way around that, huh? I mean, I know what you're saying. Use the curvy adapter, right? Like that, and then put another one right there so it gives you more space. Dude, honestly, with the part count, I don't even care. I don't even care. Yeah, no, it's fine. We need to make the bow tie. There's the bow tie. And now I need to go through and I need to restrut everything here. Hey, what are we building today? I'm working on the pad, Jaywalk. I have to finish the pad, dude. You might dig this stuff, dude. It's kind of the same kind of building, it's the same kind of building meta, I guess, as making carriers and stuff, dude. So you might be into it, dude. Yeah, the pad plate needs to be built like the boat hulls that we make. Ironically, like you're not expecting that, but that's how it needs to be put together. So, there we go. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're gonna do about the deflectors. So last time with the other pad, I didn't strut any of these panel pieces, and they got all bent out of shape and after use with the pad over time. So I'm gonna strut them this time, and we're hopefully they don't move around as much. You haven't touched KSP in a long time? Yeah. You know what? I can do the same thing here for less parts by doing literally that. But then I guess I have to strut those together as well, but that's no problem. Once again, I know this might seem like overstrutting, guys, but this thing needs to... I'm telling you, it needs to, on top of being able to carry the load, it needs to be crack and strike proof. So once again, I'm building this thing. I am overbuilding the hell out of this thing on purpose. It kind of has to be that way. I don't want to replace him with 2X Apollo because it clips into the beam. I need room right here for the hinge. The outer hinge that's going to hold this thing together needs to be really strong. Okay, so here's how we're going to do this. How tall are we? Can we put a girder segment here? Do we have enough? Nope. Girder segment ain't long enough. Alright, so let's find something that has high impact tolerance. What about you? What about the I-beams? Oh. Kind of on a Cindy's binge, though. Nice. Alright, so the first thing that I'm going to do is tie this beam. We need to do something like this. Now, because the hinge is going to be under a lot of load, especially when we're going to rotate the vehicle, I'm going to need something. I'm going to need a ground support here. Girder segment and I-beam are the same length. Yeah, for the most part, huh? Loopy, what if we got away with... What if we did something like this, just out of curiosity? Or perseverance? Put that thing right under it. And then that will be touching the ground. And if I grandparent strut, it's going to run a strut right back to its grandparent part, which is that. Which is already reinforced against the main hull here. Or the main base plate of the pad. For when you want to teach suspension stuff. Dynatune. Oh, cool. What do you think, Luke? You think hierarchically that'll be nice and strong? You got to keep you guys got to keep the degrees of separation low, meaning that, well, think about it like this: if you stacked one Jenga block, like from the Jenga game, if you stacked one tall way, and then you put another one on top of that, and you put another one on top of that, you put another one on top of that, you put another one on top of that, and then you touch the top, it would be really wiggly. Kerbal works exactly like that. If you can, use one block of wood. Don't stack a bunch of small parts. Keep the degrees of separation low. Meaning that my hinge, there's going to be a lot of load being pressed down on the hinges that we put right here. And the hinge is going to press against the girder segment. Girder segment is going to press against this tank. This tank is going to press against the ground. That's 2 degrees of separation between the hinge and the ground. So it should be really strong. And not to mention that these are high collision tolerance parts, meaning that they are strong. They're strong parts. Little tricks like that and keeping the degrees of separation low between critical structural points on the vehicles will help make them stronger in KSP. If you make the connection right above that beam, like that beam straight up and down, it would lower force on the hinge since the center of mass would be closer to the rotating point. Is that possible? What about for the spirit of things? Sure. Jeez, Jaywalk. Will that clear the rotation, though? Let me check. We can get away with that, Loopy. That's not a problem. Put Mark 3s in all 4 corners where the posts are going to be. I don't think we have the surface area down here to do that because of the engines. I don't want to stick with I-beams, man, but we might have to. But we can use some hierarchy to fix this as well. I kind of have an idea how this should work. On the ground side, not on the engine frame side. Do you want the pad resting on a bunch of fuselages? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Have the entire thing just resting on Mark IIIs? All of it? Nice, Jaywalk. Would that be a good way to conduct the load into the ground on the sides? Loopy, you know what, man? I don't know. I have no idea, dude. I've never had to deal with this kind of mass before with a launch pad. I've never moved around something as big as the SSTO. So, you know what, pal? I have no freaking clue. I'm shooting from the hip here. I'm just making this as strong as I think I can make it, knowing what I know about structure in KSP. I'll be 100% honest with you. Won't they get fried on liftoff? That's why I kind of wanted to stick with the I-beams. The I-beams are very high collision impact, and they're very strong parts. They're kind of susceptible to heat a little bit, so they might get a little toasty. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Loopy, you know what? I'm going to try with the beams, and then we'll do a load test. I'll make some kind of hydraulic rig that'll push down on this thing. Actually, if someone wants to see, just on a side note, if someone wants to find out how much load gets put on... damn. Well, I suppose if I deploy that down like that, that's not... Yeah, that'll be fine. Lordy, that's what we're trying to figure out. If somebody wants to figure out, like, how much force, how much grab force 1,370 tons is going to push on the pad, that actually would be really helpful, because then I could use hydraulics and make a hydraulic press for the pad, so we don't need to just put tons of fuel on here. Yeah, Loopy, it's not. I gotta fix that. And this is why the Pathfinder is super useful. Right? What's the mass of the large SSTO fueled up? 1,400 tons. 1,371 if you want to be technical. I just rounded I'm going to round it up to 1,400. I'm for it, just for the Finnish accent, yes. You know, the car ran really good today. It's very happy with, you know, myself and the team, but mostly for the team. Yeah, it's good thing here. Alright, now that these pieces are cleared out of the way, let's move this back down here, like that, and then, I guess we work on building out the structure here. You might not like this idea, but what if you put docking ports on the bottom of the SSTO? Then you don't have to worry about the beams clipping into the wings. Yeah. Alright, Kyron, fly safe. Oh. If we're doing flying today during pad testing, before the pad is operational, then we might have a little bit of a problem, dude. But yeah, I got you. Yeah, that's good. I'm just trying to pick up key locator points here, dudes. All right. How many souls crew this spacecraft? I could put up to 7, but the initial versions, Lika, will be nobody on board. Yeah, unmanned testing before we switch to manned flight. I had a bad experience once. I had a bad experience. Stop asking questions. Damn it, I'm deaf. I don't do dogs. I had a very, very bad experience. What happened? I had a bad experience. Damn it, I'm deaf. Alright. Okay, so up in here, we can do something like this just to make it not look as poo-poo. Chat, that's a design tip. You always want to make something not look as poo-poo. Yeah, it's a technical term. Okay. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that looks terrible. So cool, yeah, alright, sweet. You're Jeff? Wait, what? Who is Jeff? My name Jeff. You failed. You made it look like poo-poo. Ah, no, I've soiled our poo-poo garden. Wait, what? Chad, it's getting weird. You know, I'm hesitating because I'm not sure about the loads here, but... Oh, those do not... Those don't even get close to where we need them to be. They need to be right there, and that is directly in line of the landing gear. Oh, no. Well, that's not gonna work. Jack, alright, we'll revisit that in a moment. Dude, I'm honestly, you know what? I'm gonna put in another thing of struts right here going down like that because, like I said, the load that this thing is going to be under is going to be something I've never dealt with in KSP before. I mean, seriously, when's the last... this has to be the biggest object that I've ever tried to manipulate in KSP. So, like, dude, I've launched rockets that are bigger than this, right? I've launched stuff like Triton. I've launched rockets that are way bigger. But also at the same time, one, I've never built a launch pad for rockets as big as this. And two, I don't think I've ever tried to manipulate an object like this big just around on the ground like this. Something where you'd have to like rotate it or turn it or whatever. The SSTO is the biggest. It is the biggest thing that I've ever tried to mess with in KSP. Which is cool. I mean, you know, mission mode is starting to get insane. It's starting to get... See, I predicted late game, mid to late game mission mode is when it's going to start getting real crazy. End game mission mode, I want something like O'Neill cylinders or something, so to speak. Not really, but it would be cool. Hey, Teep, what's going on, man? Go team. Hey, how's that thing working out? You did make the carrier. Yeah, that's true. What's the heaviest thing you lifted with the Freedom Crane? How heavy was the crane itself? The Freedom Crane was 120 tons. And the heaviest thing that I ever picked up with it was the small SSTO, which was 45 tons. It did it. It did it really easily, actually. So, yeah, I mean, go figure. Alright, let me put locators for the outside hinges here. Alright. So let me check the degrees of separation. So that hinge is attached to this beam. This beam is attached to that beam. That beam is attached to there. And that one, that is attached to that beam. That beam's attached to root part. That's a long way away from the root part. Honestly, I'm going to attach them to the fairing. And then we'll move them out there. That reduces the degrees of separation between the hinge and the root part by a pretty good number. But now that means that this hinge is not connected to the I-beam. But if I have the parent hinge, or the child hinges here to the left and right, no. We don't want to, it's not about root part. Root part is about for those. Is for the main hinges right there. These side hinges actually should be, they should be closer to the something that's touching the ground. Now that I'm thinking about it, so that needs to be there. That one needs to be right there. This one needs to be right here, and then that one needs to be right there. I need four of them to help carry this load, I think. Hypothetically, could we make a recoverable version of SLS like Starship? It'd be better to start over and make a clean sheet design. Going well, doing a lot of learning and planning. I'm excited about where it's going. Excellent. Cool, man. What if we did some load testing with a Freedom Crane to see how much we could get away with in terms of mass on the ground and how to carry the mass and load? Boy, you're going to carry that weight for a long time. did some load testing with the Freedom Crane. How, Loopy? What? Do you want me to use the Freedom's Crane to stack counterweights on this thing? I'm confused. What do you think the mass of this craft will be? The pad or the SSTO, Lilka? No, I was just going to say spawn a Freedom Crane with a 5-meter tank attached to it and see. Not so much if it can lift it, but if the ground supports can hold it. Oh. All the time, RJ. Have you ever had a dream you want to do so much that you could do anything? Alright. Well, that's the spacing that we need for the launch box. And then another thing that we can do here is with the launch box, if I set these struts right here, or these beams, right? We set them to something like root. And this thing shows up as the root part, which is what we're going to need it to be. That means these would strut up here. And that should be a good way to hold this. That means that these parts would attach to the SSTO without actually attaching to it. That's a good way to carry the load on top of same vessel collision. I think that's what we should do. Alright. Alright. Okay. Copying that hinge because I have the parameters set. The degrees of motion is already set. I set it once and then we just place 4 of them. Okay. It might be good to have parts on the SSTO to help conduct the weight of the launch frame, just beyond the flags. That's another thing I was considering, Loopy. Yeah, we could do that as well. I could have pieces kind of sticking out here with same vessel collision to help carry it. We could have 4 I-beams sticking out or something. It's something to consider, but let's build out the launch box first. And then we'll go. Let's move this down like that. And then what I'm going to do is I need a debug cow controller. I'm going to put it in the same spot that I had it on the previous pad. So this is the launch table rotational debug controller. And then we're going to... Oh, I already have the editor open. Moron. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set these hinges. We're going to go target angle, target angle, target angle, target angle, and select the master part, target angle, right? Put that up at the top. Zero, and then this one needs to be at minus 90. And then paste that over to the other curves here. There. What's up, tech guy? What's that link? When you get a chance, check out this article. Tech breakthrough morphs gigabit Wi-Fi into terabit satellite internet. Reformulated terrestrial radio MIMO technology could empower SpaceX to single-handedly bridge the global digital divide by decade's end. Whoa. Cool. Wow, this is getting way beyond me. I have no idea what I'm looking at. Just... I'd have to go and read a little bit more about that. I have no idea what I'm looking at. I'm sure somebody in chat would know. But that person ain't me, man. Okay. So, those are figured out. Now I should put in the, this is the Strongback rotational debug controller. Now these I just use for the in the editor to move stuff around and visualize it, visualize movement in the editor. Strongback target axis. Cool. Outermost hinges on the outer clusters need to be rotated 180 degrees. Well, Loopy, I saw something there, and that I needed to fix, but for the launch frame, okay. Good. Alright, cool. Thanks, man. Alright, save that out. Okay. And now, these ones right here, I'm gonna double up. I only had them in single. I'm doubling up all the struts. Once again, this thing is... It needs to be strong. I will make this the strongest I possibly freaking can. Okay. .705 out of 225. I'm not worried about that. I just designed in here because of the better camera controls. Short line. This is going out at the VAB. It's gonna. I'll move it into the VAB and we're gonna launch it from there. Okay. Okay, we have the box rotational controller, and we have the TE rotational controller in place, so I'm going to save, and I'm going to get the prototype out of here for a moment. And this is structurally where everything needs to be located. This is just a mock-up, though, of the launch box. I'm going to make it out of a different piece. Okay, how are we going to do this? I could, Ryan. We could start mining fuel for the pad. Yeah, that's possible. Alright, so the first thing I really need to see is what kind of plating that I could use for this and have the spacing be correct. That's really what I want to check out first. I don't want this thing looking like it's on a jungle gym. I want it looking like it's on an armored box for the most part. Okay. But jungle gyms are fun. I mean, that's correct. You are not incorrect. Okay, I might need to use the rocket guy panels for this part. Hey, rocket guy, what's up? Could have some overlap in there, but that's going to be on the... Okay. Alright, that'll work. What is a rocket guy? Oh, I2 rocket guy. I2 rocket guy. Okay, so let me go into Mirror Sim here. And I'm going to attach the post right here directly to this fairing. And then what does the grandparent part look like if we do that? Oh, it's not ideal. And that's where that needs to be. Right? Give me a second. I'm not doing this to be funny, I swear. I'll just think out loud. It's easier. Okay. If I attach this, the post right there that I just wanted to put for the part of the pad, a part of the launch box that's going to touch the ground. If I attach that directly to the fairing, it's radially attached, making it a weaker connection, and it's also grandparent part won't work because grandparent part will just strut right to that piece right there, the G11 hinge. Not what we want. That grandparent part is not going to do anything, so it's wasting an auto strut. What if I did this? Let me just go in here real quick and just cover this up. Yeah, I know. These bicouplers can pick up on mirror symmetry. So if we went in here and I just moved this, just moved it down and kind of just moved it so it's at the bottom of the fairing plate, right? How goes the project? Hey, Rogerian, it's going all right. All right, so now these decouplers, right, are those decouplers will take up that grandparent strut slot, so they're kind of useless, right? And then I can build the posts of the frame off of these, and now they're node attached, and if I grandparent strut those, now they're strutted to the fairing plate. Free strut for you, Jim. We flip them around. Move them into position and rotate them so they're aligned with my mock-up plate. Now take these, rotate them around. It's a free strut. Free. Auto struts. Auto struts. We're giving you struts. It's free structure for you, EJ. Okay, excellent. And now the bicouplers, they're node attached, so they ain't going anywhere. But I am kind of paranoid about that. I'm kind of paranoid about just in case that they do, so I'll strut them. But then again, my engine plate, that engine plate is not structural. The fairing is. I don't know. We'll revisit that in a moment. All right, so now I'm going to go back and use the fairings interstage nodes again. And to make sure that I'm attaching the I-beam in the right spot, I'm just going to take another nose cone and just put it on there. The nose cone covers up the node so I can make sure that we're attaching to the correct piece. I'm going to attach to the center right there, and then I'm going to put another one and attach it to the other node right there. Now this centerpiece is going to go right here. That should make it around that Mark III fuselage. And then let me just get I'm going to use these panels kind of as a ruler. Okay, excellent. So we can get rid of that. And now for the centerpiece, we'll absolute snap that, and then we'll absolute snap that one as well. And we're going to need a little bit of overlap, so the little bit of overlap needs to happen right there. Okay, so there. From Carrier Aviator on Discord. Hey, Lols, I saw your resub message. I'm glad you made it through safe. Flying qualities from... Hey! Oh, from Carrier. Nice. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Carrier, let's take a look. Posted some testing notes. Oh, I see him. Let's see. Let's see what this thing looks like. I'm here, I'm trying to freaking click on how much fuel you have left. I'm like, how much fuel? Oh my gosh, man. Oh, that's stressing me out. That's... Oh, you're breaking the sound barrier at 1,300 meters off the ground. Oh. Stabilize. Hey, that thing's holding up pretty good. We're getting some deformations in the fuselage right there and right there, so we got to run some struts, but otherwise that thing looks to be holding up pretty well. Okay. Trimming it out. See, I like the other thing that I like about this is that I can watch. I'm not too busy flying the dang thing to sit here and watch how it's working. Is this like outsourcing your testing? Kind of, Owens. Actually, putting the thing on Kerbalex and letting players download it is... I kind of just want to test it that way from now on. This is a cool way to do it. Because that basically means I need you guys to test anything that I make. I actually really, really like that. It's a really cool way of doing it. You guys do the simulate. You guys are doing the simulations. Well, it gains speed in a dive, yeah. Loopy, I'm just looking at her structurally. It's holding up. It looks like we need another strut right there and right there. But for the most part, it looks like I had all the structural things kind of nailed on this thing. Oh, dude, look at it float. Hey, it is speeding up, Loop. You're right. Oh, wow. That's actually speeding up a lot. Look at the vertical speed. Oh, my goodness. The vertical speed, though. The vertical speed, Batman. I agree, Toothless. Yeah, I like watching people's footage. This is cool. So, this is Carrier Aviator in chat. He... Oh, that was a little bit too early on the flare. Okay. Ah, there you go. She's nice and trimmed out now. Oh, never mind. Okay. Why did we make Dart fly so terribly? I hadn't made a shuttle in a long period of time. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh. Holy crap, dude! Okay. Carrier, from your testing, craft is overall pretty stable. It gets wobbly and yaw, but not too bad. Flags under the OMS engines tend to heat when firing. Too much angle of attack seems to blank out vertical tails in the vehicle will become squirrely with yaw, particularly during re-entry. Vehicle tends to experience adverse yaw when rolling. Yep. Welcome to flying a freaking cheese wedge, dude. That's awesome, dude. It didn't explode. On re-entry, if you get out of control, there's a high likelihood that the main wings will separate from the vehicle. Yeah, that happened with the small one too, so okay, that's good. Also, when out of control, the vehicle tends to flip on its back and fly upside down, most likely due to the center of mass. Lots of RCS and SAS and roll command tend to get the vehicle upright once lower in the atmosphere. On landing, set the body flaps to 75 as they approach the flare. Landing is probably the most risky part of the flight profile. Without an extremely gentle rate of descent on touchdown, the vehicle will disassemble itself. It has a lot of inertia, so don't flare too late. Yeah, Jack, that's actually a pretty cool idea. I like doing this way. Dude, I gotta see that again. Loopy, I'm gonna let it ride. Oh man, look at it sink. Holy crap, dude. This thing flies terribly, and you know what? I'm really happy about that because I intended it to fly bad. It was supposed to fly like dog crap, like the real one. The real one wasn't supposed to fly very well either. Yeah, but better early than late, sure. You have the approach speed carrier. It's fine. Your approach speed is perfect. Yeah, it doesn't. Even if you did flare a little bit too early, you're just gonna catch the fourth hook if you catch my drift. No, Zaz, this is viewers. Viewers were flying it for me. I haven't finished the. Oh my god. Reminds me of my shuttle landing for sure. Remember that clip? Use the body lift. Land at above 10 degrees, just like the shuttle. It won't be like landing anything else, even my shuttle. Yeah, rocket guy, this thing's gonna suck. It's gonna suck to land. Oh man, I'm worried that I'm gonna botch a landing. Can someone link the vid? Lols, can you link the vid up again? Good luck with down mass. Yeah, this phase of EDL, we might have some problems with down mass. Oh man, it's so cool to see it fly though. You don't know how gratifying it is, dudes, to, like, I've never flown this thing. I've sat this thing out on the runway a couple of times. But I know enough about how KSP and aerodynamics work to know that what it takes to make something fly, which, oh my goodness. That's so ridiculous. It trims pretty well, yeah. All right, one more time. I gotta see it one more time. This is nuts, dude. Here, let's see it in real time. Whoa! Oh man! Actually, I think 1.25 would be more appropriate. 1, 2, 0, 1. Yeah, okay. This is real time. Yeah, most lifting bodies do that, Pigzig. That's so legit, dude. Dude, that's so nuts! Oh my goodness! Oh, that blows my mind, dude. I gotta see it again. Oh my god. I increased your brakes to 75 to get it to slow down. Cool, that's fine. This is on Kerbal X Strange, yeah. You can fly it right now if you wanted to. Sure. I mean, unless you have the flag pack, you know, the flags will just be white, but whatever. I don't have the brakes configured, Loopy. Nothing was configured on this thing. I just finished it and then put it on Kerbal X. Wouldn't you have to deal with the ground effect when lifting body crap? The ground effect will actually help you, Joseph. It'll help your descent speed. Space Shuttle had a lot of ground effect during landing. That's why it just kind of sits there with the nose up for a little while and then puts it down. Yeah, absolutely. But that's also the reason why the landing gear is just behind the center of mass on these types of vehicles. So even when they touch the wheels down, they can keep the nose at a very high angle of attack. That's nuts. That's nuts, dude. Absolutely insane. Hopefully everybody's happy to see it take off from the runway. Dude, the sonic booms that this would leave, Carrier. Never mind the guy spilling coffee on himself at the tower. There would be no tower left. This thing would fly by and the tower would just fall over. That's insane. Okay. Alright. Awesome video. I'm gonna leave that up. Thomas, oh hi! So about that picture of the super heavy fuel lines. Yeah, Thomas, I know. Unreal. That would solve the GSE problem. Yeah. Can you link the pic again? I missed it. Link to Carrier's video in chat. And if you guys want to post more, post your own videos of it flying around on YouTube, dude, I'd be happy to watch that stuff on stream. My computer is setting itself on fire just thinking about trying to do that. Oh, well. Oops. How long does one mission mode mission plan to take and build and perform on average? Well, once I have the vehicle up and running, Luco, it shouldn't take that long to do a bunch of different types of missions with this thing. It really shouldn't take too long. Would wings be better for the surface area to parts ratio? I'm worried about thermal. Stringing panels together like this, Loopy, we know that it can take the heat a lot better. I'm not so sure with the wings. But yeah, wings would be a better use of surface area, I'm pretty sure. A few times I was going down the runway, it exploded when I tried to rotate. I think too much compression on the main landing gear. big panels, there would be a gap. How come it needs to be enclosed on that side anyway? These are stringers to hold the box together. My new truck, Hellfish. I'm gonna go ahead and assume that's addressed to me. Oh yeah. That's B is for Build's Hurricane, isn't it? Yeah. How many hours are you on in you at in KSP now? Yes? I don't know, man. Muskrat, I lost track. Yeah, so the reason why I wanted to do this like this is because these panels, on top of being really strong, you string them together, they're decent for thermal, right? Not the best. Wings would probably be better for thermal, but they're a lot more delicate. And these are working. I decided to run a center line of I-beams here, and then run these things out as stringers out to the posts. So basically this is like a rib cage. It'll end up being a rib cage that kind of goes around like this. And now that I have these panels here, what I can do... What we can do... I guess I need the locator point for the thing attaches. So I'll just put that on an I-beam here. I'm just going to use this to show where the beam would attach here. And it has to be in that position because it has to be like that because of the body flap and whatnot. So, all right, now we can get rid of these. We don't need these lattice. It was just there to give me a guide, and then. These panels I planned for a texture variation, I wanted them on the sides. What's that? We got a daily hopper. What's going on with the daily hopper? And that is a confirmed lock. Welcome aboard. Wait, how can you be sure I've docked? Like 100%. Relax, the procedure is... Oh God, I'm upside down. I can't feel my legs. There's no up or down. Nauka, you don't have it. I gotta dock some more. RCS will do the trick. You're docked. How can you know? How do you know? That's a really cool drawing of Nauka, by the way. Nice. Freaking daily hopper. That's great. Alright, so while we're in here like this, we need to run a strut. Basically that goes from here to fairing, just like that. Knows it's... Yeah, see... Nauka knows where it is because it knows... Wait, no, it didn't know where it was. Nauka did not know where it was, so it got confused, and it knows where it wasn't by subtracting where it was. Oh, yeah, it did... See? You know, look. Alright, if we go back and listen to, you know, how Nauka flies through space, alright? So keep in mind that, you know, some words in Russian don't translate over well. So when they say missile, they're talking about the payload, okay? No, not that one.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation. The variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because a variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error.
Yeah, see, because now that makes sense. Because Nalco was up in space, there was no air, so it didn't know where it was, so it couldn't know where it was, so it doesn't know where it wasn't because there's no air. Obviously. I've solved the case.
For a number of years now, work has been proceeding in order to bring perfection
So
to
simple.
the crudely conceived idea of a transmission that would not only supply inverse reactive current for use in unilateral phase detractors, but would also be capable of automatically synchronizing cardinal grammeters. Such an instrument is the turbo-encapulator. Now, basically, the only new principle involved is that instead of power being generated by the relative motion of conductors and fluxes, it is produced by the modial interaction of magneto-reluctance and capacitive diractance. The original machine had a base plate of prefamulated amulite surmounted by a malleable logarithmic casing in such a way that the two spurving bearings were in a direct line with a panametric fam. The latter consisted simply of 6 hydrocoptic Marsal vanes so fitted to the ambifacient lunar wane shaft that side fumbling was effectively prevented. The main winding was of the normal Lotus O delta type placed in panendermic semi-boloid slots of the stator, every 7th conductor being connected by a non-reversible tremie pipe to the differential girdle spring on the up end of the Grammys. The turbo-encabulator has now reached a high level of development, and it's being successfully used in the operation of Nofertronians. Moreover, whenever a fluorescent score motion is required, it may also be employed in conjunction with a drawn reciprocation dingle arm to reduce sinusoidal repleneration. It's not cheap, but I'm sure the government will buy it.
It's true. I always wondered how plumbuses got made. Let me get the Pathfinder back in here real quick. Where on the cheese wedge is the cow controller for the body flaps? These body flaps are just placed in symmetry, Joe. There's no cow controller for them. That's how fresh out of the box that prototype is, dude. And I wish your computer all the best. Good. Alright, that's the correct spacing that we need. Perfect. Alright, let's just get rid of that real quick. Oh, look, it did the thing. Guys, it did the thing again where I don't want it to do. Oh, alright. Who knows how that got connected? SpaceX Master Race. What is SpaceX Master Race up to, goalie? Nauka! Science! Comrade! Science! Nauka arrives, the ISS is like, welcome to the science station. Nauka goes, yeah, it's now a science station because I'm here. It's a science station now because I'm here. Science station, you're not doing any science up here. I'm the science module. I'm the one who sciences. Oh god, it's not happening. Oh, I wish I could play that too, Rocket Guy. I can't play it because, DMCA, man. I'm the one who docks! I'm not docking to you, you're docking to me! Oh my god! Mange moi! That's really funny, actually. Oh my goodness. Alright. So I'm basically taking my time with this. I'm taking my time. I'm just moving on. You'll forget about me after I've been gone. And I take what I find. I don't want them alone. It's just outside of your front door. So do we opt for the node connection here, guys, or... Yeah, the node connection would probably be stronger. And then the grandparents, yeah, see, that one will grandparents strut through back to the cube. Nauka's like, I'm not docked to you, you're docked to me! It's awesome. It's the Nauka Badger. Look at it. Look at it. It just makes the station dock to it. It just doesn't give a crap. The Nauka Badger just doesn't care. Look at this thing. It just doesn't care. It's the Honey Badger. It just doesn't give a crap. Look at me. I am the station now. The cosmonauts were listening to you spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, round, 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 round. Yeah, they took it little too literally, huh? All right. Auto strut that. Auto strut that. Auto strut that. Yeah, Bobby, it's coming along. We're building this out, and it's getting there. It's getting there. Not good. Not good. You broke it. You're doing it wrong. Did they send up Nikita Mazepin and Nauka? Oh, ho, ho, oh, oh, ho, 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 oh, ho, oh, ho, ho, ho. What is this, Thomas? What am I looking at here? Hang on, what's the ET? Holy shit, that's fast. Oh, man, 967 at 150. What the frick, dude? Yo, 967 at 150, goalie. This is a quarter mile. That's ridiculous. And it says quarter mile right there. Holy crap. That's a Model S Plaid. Yo, can I see that again? Hold on. I want to see that one more time. Whose video is this? Drag times. Alright, let's see. There's the staging lights. Okay. Tuned, they can do 926. That's ridiculous, man. Woo-hoo-hoo! It looks like the Taycan gets out of the hole a lot faster, but then the Plaid's like, nah. Nah, son. Holy crap. That's so... Dude, that is so quick. You don't know how fast that is. Wow. Yeah, how the brake's doing. Probably took forever to slow that freaking bus of a car down.
I don't even think he came off and launched. I think he had a problem off the launch and still did that. Let's see what he says when he comes around here. That didn't look like a good run from you. You were in a 181 60-footer.
Look at that thing get out of the gates. That's ridiculous, dude. I love it. That's awesome.
Wow.
So this is the Taycan over here for 190. So you got the drop on the reaction time there, the 60-foot 1.8. So the Taycan does get a little bit further out, does go a little faster out of the hole in the 60-foot. It accelerates quicker. It's probably because it's lighter. That Model S Plaid's heavy. 4.3 in the 330, the 8th, 642 at 119 in the 8th. Oh my goodness, that's so fast, dude. Yeah, and the gear change, that's true. I'd rather have a V8 that was a second slower. I mean, I'm not, dude, I don't own an electric car, but you 8.1 in the 1,000, and dude, 967 at 150, man. That's so fast, dude.
Wow.
That's so quick.
Dave, what are you doing? Are you?
I'm buying a Tesla.
Are you literally operating right at this moment?
You're gonna be able to troll everybody and their brother on the road, man. It's like
That's right. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. You cannot beat that.
They did 9.2, like what was it, 97 degrees in Florida?
Yeah. No, it was more than that. It was like almost 98 degrees.
And at 60% battery, did a 9.4.
Yep.
Come on, man.
But he's no joke.
He straight up just bought one right there from his phone. Holy crap, dude.
Okay, you are ordering one. Like legit, he's ordering one right now. This is not BS. This is great.
Let me see this thing, Boogie. Oh, that's so quick. Wow. Dude, that's really fast. Wow. Dude, it just destroyed that Taycan. The Taycan Porsche was like, we can do this too. No, you can't. No, you cannot. Wow, that's awesome. Oh, dude, look at it scoot. Guys, that Tesla, weighs as much as this. It weighs as much as that. That should better visualize the mass that's moving around here. It weighs as much as that. Let me see 2020. Not good. Help, please. Oh. Yeah, that's... Oh, yeah. Maybe you guys should wait for the launch pad to be made. Paying $200K to get gapped and you still can't drive it. You paid $200K to get gapped and the Model S Plaid's $120 out of the box. It's ridiculous. Actually, it's a bit more at $4,700. Dude, how is that moving 5,000 pounds that quickly? That's 5,000 pounds. Okay, so so for people that don't use America units, 5,000 pounds is, hold on, 2,300 kilos. It's a 2,300 kilo car. That's ridiculous. That isn't even the Plaid with the 1,200 horse. What? Okay. Oh, look at it scoot. Oh, that's cool. I love my engine noises, but I do like that. That's pretty, dude. 9.3 at 150. 9.3 at 150. That is, dude, that is mind-numbingly fast. How many people drag race Porsches? Okay, one more angle and then we get back to the launch pad. Why does it need to go that fast? Tech guy, the Model S Plaid is what's called, in automobile sales, it's what's called a loss leader. Every once in a while, an auto manufacturer will make a car, not because they're going to make money off of it. They'll make a car just to flex their engineering muscles, just to say, screw you, look what we can make. If this is what we can make, imagine what our street cars are like, right? If, like the Corvette, Chevy, Corvette, loss leader. Mustang, loss leader. Dodge Hellcat, loss leader. Like, it gets people into the dealerships to buy these cars. But you never end up making profit on them. You sell them at cost. But if somebody comes in, and buys the Hellcat, you don't make much money off of it, but now you have their business. Model S Plaid is a loss leader for Tesla. It is, and you know what the messed up part is? They're probably making money off of it. Yeah, it has a carbon a composite overwrapped copper coil to get the motor to spin faster. The Mach-E is just lost all around, yeah. Like, Bandit, how they have Model S Plaid, Model S P100, and Ford rolls out with a freaking Mach-E? Like, what? Like, that's the best you can do? Bro, come on. You can do better than that. I just want to see it from this. You think Plaid would perform better if it had a transmission? No, 95. Tesla fixed that problem. It has, once again, the coils, the copper coils are overwrapped. SpaceX used their COPV technology and they lended that composite overwrapping to Tesla. The coils, the coils for the coils that are inside the motor are wound with carbon fiber to keep them in one piece, because centrifugal force will unwind the coils at high RPM, basically. So they wrapped them in carbon fiber. That carbon fiber has to be like as thick as a human hair, though, because you can't have the carbon fiber to be too thick, because then the copper is not going to do anything. You have to have copper near copper for an electric motor to electric motor correctly. There really can't be anything in between. Tesla basically wound this with carbon fiber that's like as thin as a human hair, and that makes the electric motor able to spin like, I don't even know how fast. I forget what the RPMs were. No spinning tires, it's 5,000 pounds. So, yeah, I can't believe more people didn't freaking, like, see this and go, what? That's a hell of a piece of engineering. They literally overcame the problem. Electric motors, you can create instant torque, but they can't spin very fast, so they're really limited by top speed. Instead of making a transmission for the Tesla, they just did this instead. And, yeah, Tesla never need to make a transmission. I mean, the time, that right there speaks for itself. 936 at 150. This car is 5,000 pounds. Like, I can't stress that enough. 20,000 RPM. Jim, it's respectable. Of course, that's respectable for a muscle car or a sports car, dude. This is a family sedan. It's got 4 doors and it weighs 5,000 freaking pounds, dude. To get up and go with that kind of mass is unbelievable. I just... Horsepower? 1,000 horse. It says it right over there. Man. Once again, that Tesla weighs as much as that. Actually, it weighs more than this. It weighs as much as this freaking brodozer of a truck. So I was like, that's mine. Could you imagine a 2-seater with a small battery for the track only? Yarg, I just hope, I want Tesla to sell these wholesale. Sell those wholesale, please, so people can EV swap with this. Can you imagine putting one of those things in like a, like, I don't even know, dude. Putting it in a Mustang, for instance. Freaking burn tires all day. Wait, it's electric? What do you mean, Tech? Yeah, both of those cars are electric. Sub 9.5 is a roll cage at most. Yeah, right? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's breaking NHRA rules right there. Dude, that is unreal. That's just blindingly fast. I don't want to watch the guy's whole video. If you guys want to see more, I'll link up the video. This video at 7:45. 69 fastback with a plaid motor train. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Holy crap. That's cool. Yeah, Jim, right? Did you? I know about EV West. Yeah. Very cool. I mean, that's wild, dudes. Wild stuff. Wild stuff. The funny thing is that those motors are actually 400 horsepower each, so 1,200 total. But it's software limited because of the battery, because the battery's for only 1,020 horsepower. What is the Plaid official top speed? Well, we know it can go above 150, Kuro. I'm guessing with that car's coefficient of drag, it could probably do 170, 180. That's a guess, though. I don't know. I bet you it can do that. Why cage it? The car has great roll capability. Because safety. It's limited to 164. Shame. Alright. Okay, so we gotta do this here. Oh yeah, this isn't in symmetry. This side is in symmetry. Okay, so I'm working on the launch plate for the big SSTO, and I'm intentionally kind of going slow here everybody, because I need to really, really sit here and think about it. With most other pads, I could just throw something together and I'm pretty sure it's going to work. But I'm trying to be careful here because, well, this thing has to hold up 1,400 tons, so I need to make this thing strong. Last I heard, the top speed for Plaid is like 186. Software limited until an update. Eventually could reach 200 miles an hour with a different tire package. It's very low drag coefficient, Bobby. Yeah, dude. Aerodynamics really, really, really matter when you get above 120 miles an hour. They start to play a hand in performance above like 60, 70 miles an hour. But once you get above like 120, that stuff really makes a difference. Because that's when you're going fast enough to be able to compress air. Air will compress and decompress around the car because your car's trying to move it out of the way faster. So CD really matters with cars when you're it really matters with cars when you go above like 120. Yeah, ISS is all set, Jim. Yeah, it's no problem. We're solid, dude. It was a little touch and go for a second, but yeah, no, nothing to worry about. Roscosmos is needs to figure out what happened though, but they'll get it. See last, please. What's up, 95? When you fly the SSTO, how do you prevent side slip and how do you roll the vehicle? I have the outer ailerons set to yaw and roll, and I use the outer ailerons on the small one. And preventing side slip, don't go into the atmosphere too quickly. If you dig too far into the atmosphere too fast, it's going to, yeah, not end well. Okay, I'm just going to make sure that's all symmetrical. Once again, I'm really, really taking my time. I'm trying to visualize the hierarchy as best as I can. To make sure that this thing is as strong as it possibly could be. I'm pulling out all the stop gaps. Remember the other day, if you guys were here for that stream where I was talking about how everything in Kerbal needs to basically be shaped like a giant W. Trying to make as many W's in here as I can. Like here, let's see what the auto struts look like already. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Looks like a Van Halen logo. Cool. We don't have many auto struts going this way, but that's because I haven't worked on that yet. We're working on the plates right now. My pick! Finger guns. What's up, dude? Where are your foods now? That's a Dodge. Dodges are okay. What are those things, Thomas? Why is one of them yellow and the other one black? I just don't understand. I'm having trouble visualizing it. See last. Okay. Basically slow down as much as possible in the higher atmosphere. That's what they were going to do with the real 195, and that's what they were going to do with the shuttle as well. Put a bunch of screenshots in the KSP channel. Case closed. I cannot fly at 3 FPS. Oh. Okay. Alright. Is the auto strut functionality a mod? No, it's stock. Yep. Jonas. 6-monther, dude. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Alright. So now the panels here need to be fastened. Like this. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna leave that like that. That'll look cool. Crap, tornado warning. Be safe, dude, okay? Okay, what you do to one side, you do to the other. Because these are in mirror sim. And I'm using mirror symmetry on purpose because that at least allows me to take advantage of some it allows me to take advantage of some symmetry auto strut functions, but yeah, there's no way I could do this in any more than 2x mirror. The black parts are apparently the catching mechanism. This is what someone came up with. What the frick? Yo, if it does that, if it does this, and the whole thing can pivot, I will blow a gasket. That would be insane. The thing would literally reach for the damn booster. Holy hell, what are they doing? What are they doing? What is this? What is happening? Are we trying to catch... This is like, dude, Super Heavy is as big as an SLS core stage. We're trying to pluck rocket stages that are the size of a football field out of the sky. Don't get me wrong, this is just from a Twitter user named Scuba. It's just it's a representation of what it could look like. That's ridiculous. And the yellow pipes are most likely the fueling and stabilizer arm. Alright, Hilmus, be safe. Yeah, I know it's shady. Yeah, unbelievable, dude. It's crazy. An SLS core can fit inside Super Heavy, just saying. Yeah, you're right. Grasshopper, you will not be ready until you can grasp this booster in the palm of your hand. Yeah, right. Daniel-san, Elon-san. And just saw they are delaying Starliner due to the incident at the ISS. What happened? Nauka fired its thrusters after it docked. B-Money? And everyone was like, yeah, that's not... Yeah, it shouldn't be doing that. So... Yeah, they had to do something about that. That is, of course, not ideal. Okay, that's the center. I think that SpaceX is targeting August. The reason why they're targeting August 5th is not for a launch. I think that's targeting stacking operations. Elon said a little while ago on Twitter that they wanted to have the ability to stack, so they can do better prototyping. So I think that's what that means. But I'm not 100% sure. I think that's what that deadline is for being able to stack the booster, not necessarily finish the pad. But yeah, I don't know for sure, fellas. August 5th for stacking and picture taking using Franken crane. Destacking after that. Interesting. Soft deadline to keep the crew on their toes. Yeah. Yep, can't make it go that way. We need to use the other panels. That's okay. It'll give us some texture variation. So, see how these are forming two L's? That's how I'm going to keep this thing nice and strong. So, what we'll do, we need to take something from here and then go down there like that. And once again, strut angle definitely matters. Put your struts at 45 degrees. Just like you're making a bridge. Like those supports back there. Try to make stuff like this. It will work. You found the problem with Naoka? Is that the hopper where it's like, no, I gotta be sure I need to dock? Yeah, we saw it, Bandit. Yeah, angle actually matters. Length of the strut also matters, not because of structure, but because of float point error. Yeah, float points. That's why the struts have a limit on how far you can... Struts have a limit on how far they can go. See? They won't attach. It can only go a certain distance because, well, float point errors. Basically... the game gets a little confused when it tries to attach something that far away. Okay. Great tip, you gotta be careful about that. Yep. Hey Sawyer, back from an unexpected short Cape trip. An unexpectedly short Cape trip. Gonna try and make it back for the next attempt. Cool. Yeah! Dude, that Nauka stuff though. Okay. Careful. Alright. I'm gonna need the mock-up back up in here. I just wanted to make sure that we had the space to put this kind of strut in here. These cubic octags represent where the edge of the RS-25 colliders are on the big one. And once again, this thing has to be built like a friggin' tank. And it also needs to have tanks for fuel, but... What are the smallest cylinders sticking out of the back of the SSTO? That's where my orbiter maneuvering system engines are. The small ohms engines are there. That would be a sad day, Creeper. That's for sure. That would be a real sad day. Wait, I made a redundant strut right there. No, that's not where they need to be. Oh, idiot. I wanted one right here, not right there. Give me that prototype back. Oh boy, this glitch. Yeah, okay. I got plenty of room there. Cool. No, 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 no. Game's starting to get kooky with all these damn sub-assemblies doing this stuff. So don't worry, this is all going to have plating over it when we're done. Better thermal that way. Because, you know, if the engines point a little bit in the wrong direction, they're gonna, when the thing leaves the pad, they're gonna hit something in here, and yeah, that's not gonna end well, if it does. So yeah, we gotta be careful. But yeah, we have a triangulated frame right here, which is pretty good. And then for this part particularly, we can find a right angle that should be about the right size here. Yeah, I think the other triangle, the next size up, is too big. So, okay, I'll design it around that triangle plate. And these will at least give us a little bit of protection in case something bad happens. The thing is that these are construction pieces. I mean, so are struts, to be fair, but if the thing cooks this a little bit, then it's no problem. I can go back and replace it. Excellent. The bottom ones, it doesn't matter. I just wanted that for the top. I don't trust triangles? Why? Triangles are your friend. Billy, please understand. There are friends. No. They killed the professor. They're monsters. Billy, look at me. Look at me, Billy. I am your friend. Look at me. Look at me! I am your friend! Eileen, I trust EJ. Any triangular friend of EJ's is a friend of mine. I, for one, welcome our new triangle overlords. Yeah, this thing is very strong. We look at autostrut. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yep. Gonna need some strutty action kind of going down and over here. Has to be strutty. Very strutty. Time not important, only life important. I first started really paying attention around SN8, but have been aware of testing and development since SN5. Is that just with SpaceX, Creeper? You've just following SpaceX since SN5? Been away on business, but did you cover the Amazon God's ascension into space? Yeah, I covered the whole thing, Eileen. It was actually really fun to watch. It was a very well done webcast. Not the worst I've watched. That's for sure. It wasn't the worst we've ever seen. That was a couple weeks ago. What was your first stream of SpaceX? The first SpaceX launch that I watched was Cassiope. And I think the first one I streamed was CRS-4, I think? Oh, okay, Creeper, yeah. No, it's Starship, yeah. I've been following Starship since they started digging out in a field in 2018 in Boca Chica. It's come a little ways since then, though. Alright, how are we gonna do this? So, let me just I need to take some measurements here. Oh, crap. And then the nose cone fell over. Yep. And then the nose cone fell over. Indeed. So I know these panels will fit that way. What about this way? Just a smidgen too short. It's just a skosh too short there. Damn. What if you did them like diamonds? Yeah, I don't know what that means. Will the corners reach each edge? Yeah, most likely, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that way. Yeah, I see what you're saying, but yeah. Okay, if I did this, I could afford another... We could have another girder. Actually, we could have two of them. Like that. We could have two of them there, and that would sufficiently bridge the gap. How many parts would that be? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. It does, Sea Dragon, yeah. We could use the large one, too. How far are we on this project? Pad's about 40% done, I'd say. But the rest of the stuff, like the last, 40% of the project is easy things that I already know how to do. I'm tackling the hard stuff first. Even Scott is doing Twitter things. No, because sus. Oh, jeez. What are they going to do? Throw it out the airlock? It is the airlock. I'm the one who airlocks. Rem, I hope I can do a test with it tonight, dude. Yeah, I'm trying to get this done as quickly as I can. Thing is, I gotta go slow. Every time I play something, I'm visualizing this in my head, and it's really,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
really hard to do. I'm trying to combine the auto struts and the regular struts to basically make a web, kind of like this almost, to make sure that this thing does not move. This thing can't move, it can't deform, and it has to hold up 1,400 tons. Yeah, this is the slow, boring parts, guys. I'll be honest with you. This is the boring part that is, well, just boring, but it'll pay off when the freaking thing works and it doesn't bend. Just space. Yeet! I love watching paint dry with you. Thank you. Yeah, Just Space, it's big. It's a big launch pad for a big rocket. I've never gotten into this heavy engineering in KSP. It needs to fully fueled 1371. I'm just gonna rate it for 1400 and call it a day. This thing needs to be extremely strong. It needs to be so strong it's gonna get to the point where pressure physics are going to get involved. We will literally crush the fairing. Yeah. It will crush. This happens in KSP. If you have a part that's trying to hold up something that's too heavy, the part will just delete. It'll just be like, nah, never mind. Yeah, no, I can't hold that up. You can actually visualize the struts between each part in your head. Rem, you don't get to the amount of hours I've played in this game and not be able to do that. Yeah, I'm looking at this. I have this mapped out in my head. Not like all of it. I'm remembering locally. So like if I look at this panel and I need to attach something to it. Okay, how is that strutted? That's auto strutted here and then down. What would be the best way to strut that on top of having the auto struts with it so the auto struts and the regular struts work together? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. No, in the VAB I have unlimited part count, Klein, so I could, yeah, I'm not worried about the limits here. I'm not worried about any of these limits. I have the best pad unlocked with the best VAB unlocked, so yeah, no, I'm not worried about that. Back to story. Oh, we have the best fans, Dish. We have tremendous fans. I'm so happy, you know. I may have ran the other guy off the road and nearly got him killed, but I'm really proud of my performance today, you know. When the guy I'm competitive against is in the hospital, you know, I'm just happy, but I'm most happy for the fans. The fans got to see a great race. You guys ever watch that South Park episode where they talk about smug? You can't have these smug clouds are forming everywhere. We're gonna need a bigger boat. I mean launch pad. The smug ditch. It's so goddamn funny, dude. Alright, here's how I'm thinking. So, I'll let you in a little bit as to what I'm doing here. So, alright, we could have a panel. We could attach this panel. Make sure we're in 2x sim. Hey. We have an open attachment node right there. Okay? We take this, and we wrap the panel around the edge here. Like that. And then, if we grandparent strut it, it's going to create a grandparent strut from there to there. That gives us some triangulation, and it's redundant to that strut right there. It'll make it stronger. And if we do that on the bottom side, it'll give us triangulation that way. Now, I need something to tie this thing in, because these are just kind of hanging there, so we're going to have to strut them to something. So, where do we have an open node? Okay, I have an open node right there, which is the beam that's coming from the top going down here, and then there's a beam up there that's coming from the bottom going up. So I basically made them as two L's and they stick together. So, how about we do this? Let me take this one. Right, that one is from the top, so we'll put it on the bottom here. We'll do that with it. I did another test flight. I did the deorbit burn a bit later than the normal deorbit burn for the smaller SSTO. This time it was much better. It was about 40 kilometers over the mountains behind KSC. Okay. The vehicle really starts to side slip at about 10 to 20 kilometers, then flies fine at around 0 to 3. Was able to land at KSC with a touchdown of 75 meters a second. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, 95. Thank you. Cool, cool. What is the budget for this? This pad is going to be up over 500 parts. I know that. So, see this one, right? We'll go this way with it, and then we'll go and loop around with the hierarchy here, and then this one will do this. Take this, overlap that, take that, overlap that a little bit, and then attach one more. Take that, overlap over that. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. See how it, now they double over each other, kind of like this. That's gonna be really strong, like really strong. Nothing's gonna break this. Well, I don't know that for sure. Let me see. I'm having trouble looking at the auto struts. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yep, okay. What's the budget? Yes. Okay. And now, if I take this and we tie it into the panels, just like we did here, a couple of times over, this thing should... I mean, it's not going to go anywhere. And no, this isn't that scenario, the type of scenario that you see where the guy's like, ah, that's not going anywhere, and then it proceeds to fall. Or the time I said, yeah, this thing is strong as a brick, and then it just blew up in my face. I mean, the thing is, sometimes in structural engineering, you do this. You just butt two supports, like, right up next to each other. And that actually, you know, in that scenario, depending on what you're doing, that works. I see that all the time with, like, finished framing carpentry and stuff. You see just two studs just butted right up against each other for, like, a door frame or something, now that I'm thinking about it. That would be a reason to do that. Is this the most complicated pad you've done? I think Condors is still a little more complicated than this, but this is going to move a lot more. This should throw around a lot more, which should speak as to, you know, as to this not being the most complicated, but can move a lot more than Condors could. I mean, this thing's gonna be a tank. This thing should not bend. It shouldn't deform at all. This thing should be extremely strong. I mean, dude, this thing needs to be strong enough to be able to survive re-entry from space and then survive hitting the ground. And it should be. This should be fine. It should be able to do that. Every single part on this, except for the fairing, is a freaking girder segment. And once again, I know that, you know, I have a part count budget, and I still need to make the ramp for this and stuff, which is gonna suck. I still need to make the ramp and everything, guys, but honestly, this is where you want to spend the parts. This needs to be the strongest part of the pad. It's got to hold up the freaking SSTO when it's fully fueled with payload aboard. I don't have a choice. You're a girder segment. Stop! He's already dead! There you go, Jockum. Yeah, take that. See last. 95. I don't know why I always miss it. Also, fun fact, my system runs the game at about 15 FPS with 600 part count SSTO. With my aircraft carrier, which is mostly flags, there's about 1,200 parts and the game runs at 20 FPS. That's not better, right? Flags. Okay. Strut your girds? Don't tell me what to do. That sounds gross, to be honest with you. Sorry. ¿Dónde está la música, EJ? La música es aquí. En mi casa del fuego. Hard bass would help with building this. Hard bass. My point is that 600 panels is about the same FPS-wise as 1,500 flags. Okay. Hey Kaiser, what's going on, man? You know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna go put this out and I'm gonna be like, this is gonna be amazing. It's gonna blow up in my face. Isn't it? It is, isn't it? I wanna let you know till the end of the night. It don't matter where you pull. Sorry. We can't run away 'cause I need to use the loo. It's actually a good song. I actually dig this song a lot. What is the cost of the Saturn V pad compared to this vehicle? I don't... That's not comparable in any way, shape, or form, Sea Dragon. What would happen if you attach two Falcon 9s and a shuttle together? Fire? Fire? Rasmio? Fire. Yeah. I mean, you'd either see a rocket launch or an explosion. But either way, you'd have a lot of fun, right? Am I right? Flaming cat jams? Why don't you use parameter jam, dude? check it out, man. Why don't we use, why don't you use the EJ Jam emote? The EJ Jam emote. Why don't we use that one? These are using the biggest ones, Jim, but I made them in this way on purpose so the panels wrap around and they're tying the structure all together, dude. So it's kind of on purpose. Kind of did this way for a reason. Okay, that thing should be strong enough. Now, could you replace the SRBs from the shuttle with Falcon 9s? Katri, you'd need 4 Falcon Heavy center cores. You gotta remember that the SRBs hold the shuttle up. They hold the shuttle and the external tank up, meaning they need to be able to hold the full external tank with the space shuttle, with people and payload. So you need something reinforced. Falcon Heavy side boosters wouldn't work. They would crumble under the weight of the tank. You'd need Falcon Heavy center cores. 4 of them. Yep. So that's a yes. Theoretically, you could. But that's theoretically, guys. What about a Starship booster? If you put Super Heavy underneath the external tank, Panda Man, yeah, that would work. Yes, that would work. Yes. Uh-huh.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I mean, when I say yes, it would work, I mean it has enough thrust. In reality, hell no, that's not going to work. Yeah, in reality, there's no freaking way. The reason is because you'd have to... The attachment points are different, the launch plates are different, the umbilicals are different, the mobile launcher would need to be changed. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be changed. Theoretically, yeah, but then again, theoretically, I could, get scallops to fly out of my pants, So, yes, but actually no. Alright, how would we set this up? I mean, have you tried doing that? No. I have not. We'll try. We'll try again. Oh, okay. Alright, so how about I have 2 of these together and 2 of these together? Have you ever seen a man eat his own head, Gary? Well, you haven't seen anything. Well, you haven't seen everything. Alright, so... I'm gonna put these ones on the outside, backwards, 2 clicks. And then these ones on the inside, forward, 2 clicks. Like that. And then what we're gonna do... I'm gonna take these, and I'm gonna put them here, 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 and here. Okay, so these beams should be really easy to get right. Those ones are just gonna go that way, and they'll go up to the back over here. Kaz, something like that, yeah. Now these ones are gonna need to go right there. And now we're gonna have to go to local orientation, and I gotta make them point at that I-beam right there. Okay. Oh man, this is getting way more difficult. As the hierarchy gets more complicated, it's getting more difficult. All right. This feels like a bridge construction game. It basically is, I'm literally making a bridge that can turn 90 degrees. It's tough because I need to be able to, it needs to be strong being held up this way, right? But it also needs to be very strong being held up this way. It's like if I took the Empire State Building and the Golden Gate Bridge and tried to make them into one thing. That's launch pads. That's large vehicle launch pad construction, guys. This is called Make Cookies. My pick here. I'll just link you the. It's the third track in Into the Night. It's called Make Cookies. That's right, Peak. This is a launch platform. The SSTO, my rocket, which is it's a like Venture Star. So it's if you took like the shuttle, the external tank, the boosters, and you tried to make it all one thing to get all the way up into space. It docks here, and then this thing will turn 90 degrees upwards, like this. And it'll hold it up. I mean, it's a big SSTO. The thing is huge. The wingspan goes out here somewhere on either side. I'll show you it in a second. But, yeah. The entire thing is built off of one hinge, and then it's reinforced with other hinges out here. But in order to get the symmetry and the strength to work correctly, I need one hinge right in the center, because that's how Kerbal's hierarchy works. Like, the master connection is there, but these hinges are going to be doing the brunt of the work out here. I just need to figure out a way to tie them in correctly. Yeah, I watched the jet truck is going to, yeah, the jet truck's going to need some modifications, man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it is. So, the SSTO, Pikachu, when it's fully fueled, is 1,400 tons. I've never made anything hold up 1,400 tons in this game before. So, we have to be very, very careful. If you want to see what the space plane looks like, it's, Prototype 6. Here it is. I'm trying to make a launch pad for that thing. Going to counterweight the bottom of this cradle. The whole cradle is a damn counterweight, Jason. That's the other reason why I built the thing out of girders. Yeah, I like building the launch complex for the vehicles too. Because Pikachu, what I want to do is, you know, launch this thing off the pad, fly it up into space, have it do its thing, come back down, re-enter, land on the runway, and then I just want to tow it right back to the launch pad and launch it again, provided I have the fuel and new payload for it. I'll use a crane to just pull the payload out of the top. Now I need to start tying this thing in. Yeah, it might make it look like the drag racing jet truck. Oh. See, I don't think 2 struts are going to be good enough here. This will help. For sure. But it's not going to be enough. But this is a start. How do you move parts 1 click at a time? Turn on toggle snap right here, and you can move them in 10 centimeter increments. Yeah, that's 10 centimeters, or 100 mil. Or 1/10 of a meter. The NASA announcer said that the NASA TV announcer, he was like, oh yeah, now when we were watching the docu this morning, he's like, Nauka's now moving at 1/10 of a meter a second towards the space station. I'm like, I'm sorry. It was funny to me, dudes. Now 1/10 of a meter. I'm like, what? It's not really how that works. You can, you know, they have a word for that. It's called 10 centimeters a second. Bro, what are you doing? How much is that in American? 1 meter is 3.3 feet. And a half inch is 12.7 millimeters. What about a decimeter? 1 decimeter per second. Damn metric number. Metric number. Math, my only weakness. Math, my only weakness. How did you know? Alright. So I don't like there's nothing here for this to carry. To carry this correctly. Over here, though, this should be a lot easier to figure out. So, we're going to do a little bit of a trick here. So, I'm going to attach small girder segments to the edge, to the end of these pieces, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use local orientation, and then I'm going to make these pieces go back down, and I'm going to make them look like they're going into the hinges, even though they're really not. Right? We're going to make them look like that. Make this look like it's very strong, but it ain't just going to be for looks there, Chad. I'll tell you what. Okay, so now here's what we do. I take a strut here and I connect it to this piece. Because now we made a loop. So I have the hinge and a beam is connected to the hinge, and then this beam is connected to that beam, and then the hinge is connected to the secondary beam right there. You see that? These make for really strong hinge. No, that'll make this thing, if we tie it back all together, it'll make this really strong. Because it's not triangulated, but I guess hierarchically it is. Then we'll do the same for the other hinge. I mean, this is probably, if I'm thinking about this right, and I think that I'm thinking about this right, but that doesn't make that right. You know, if I'm thinking about this correctly, I mean, we're still gonna have hinge drift. It's inevitable. There's really not a way to get around it, but this thing should really help mitigate it. Like, there's no room for this thing to bend. And note that I'm attaching the struts to the hinges first, and not the, I'm not attaching them from I-beam to there. Doing it this way, because this is at the end of a hierarchy, it's at the end, basically, because it's attached to that. Yeah, I find that struts work more, they're more likely to follow the shape or the structure of a part that they're attached to first. So, long story short, when the hinges move, the struts will move. The hinge will move the strut, and the strut will move the beam. Not, you know, beam will move the strut, and strut will move the hinge. This way ties it all together. It loops the hierarchies. It loops the hierarchy path. And I'll be honest, if I was just speaking gibberish, don't worry about it. This is just a better way to connect it. That's all. You gotta fool Kerbal into actually, you have to fool it into actually working, into actually doing what you want. Alright. You're gonna crack this thing into orbit. Interesting. Yep, that's... You got me, that's it. Hey, coolest star. Hey, dude, you rock. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. I'm trying. Now, the I-beams look like they're connected, right? It looks like it's connected here, and then it looks like it has a brace right there. That's the actual connection. This is the connection that holds this brace to there. We faked it out to make it look like it. Visually, it looks like that's all welded together, but it's not. But the strut, well, basically makes it so it is. And then we already did that over there. I'm still worried about that not being able to hold correctly. I don't think it'll hold all right, guys. But we'll find out. I'm gonna double up on this. Do you have a mass dummy you could test with rather than an entire prototype? I do, Kick, yep. I actually do, yes. All right, we're doing okay here. And we're doing okay on parts. We're 41. Yeah, I really don't have another choice. 481 is not the worst. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. This thing's probably gonna be about 600 parts. It might even be a little bit over, but yeah. How many parts is the SSDO? 647 with an empty payload bay. So, yeah, this thing is gonna need to be by itself, Jim. It's got to be by itself. No integration buildings near it. It's just too many parts. Did you ever trim the part count on the SSDO, or is that still on the list? I never trimmed the part count, no. Have you put the pad out yet? No, Shady, I have not. I'm sorry to inform you, but the FAA just emailed us and told us they have to do an environmental review on this pad. I haven't even made anything. This is just the blueprints. I haven't made it yet. This pad hasn't even been built. I mean, this thing, it does look cool. It's coming along. I actually kind of dig this. It's very Kerbal Industrial, I guess, is the right way to say that. Alright. I would like to have just one more way to tie this thing all together. Like if I had a post right here, that would be really cool. But how would we do that? So these beams are coming up from the hinges. to that. So maybe we should have something from the reaction block going down to those.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Perhaps something like this. Hey, Hinks. 17-month resub. Thank you. Now we're going to lock it so it doesn't move during launch. If I lock this thing out, auto struts will be able to go to it, T-Man. Can the hinges really transfer torque through struts? Sure. Okay, so one of these beams is attached here. Okay, I'm going to attach this one of them, right here, like that, at the end of the I-beam hierarchy. See how it kind of ended up being a snake, and it goes up and over, and it ends right there? I'm going to take one of those, and I'm going to put that here, which is at the end of the hierarchy. And now, I'll take the other one, and that's at the end of the other hierarchy, which is this one, up here. So the way I have this set up is this piece started up here, or no, it started here, and then the hierarchy goes around in like this, and then this one goes up and over like that. So there, it's like that. That should keep this thing super strong. Okay, you're super strong. Thank you. Okay, so now one hinge like that, another one like that. I hope Kerbal understands this, because this is probably one of the most complicated hierarchies I've made in this game, easily. Yeah, I hope this pad works. I really do. It would really suck if it didn't, but it might not. There's no guarantees. And then we'll triangulate this last part and basically turn it into a trestle by doing that. And then on the other side, same deal. Was the satellite successfully deployed last night? Yes. Yes, it was. Yeah, Taylor. Mm-hmm. It is good to see Rocket Lab back in action. I agree with you. Chad, I recall bananas. That was so warm. Do you recall bananas? NASA Starliner has been moved to August 3rd. Is that true? Yeah, they had some troubles with Nauka this afternoon, ARJ, after it docked. And that shifted ISS schedule operations, so Starliner shifted. Yep, it bumped. You planning on flight sim? Maybe sometime after the SSTO is finished, Squall. Yeah. When launch. I need to put hydraulics on this thing, guys, so it can move. It's almost done. Looking really good. You have faith. Thanks, man. That makes one of us. What was the result of building the heavy lifter? Was it considered on time? Inky, I got an extension on it because of the new version of Kerbal coming out. Basically made me lose a week. So the deadline shifted to the end of this, to Saturday, basically. I'm trying to bust face to get this pad done. Yeah, I'm trying to really work hard here. It's tough. This thing is going to be a tank. It's going to be one of the strongest things I've ever made. Till the end if this, what? Yes. Busted face could be an improvement. Oh, sweetheart, you're so talented. Thanks, I'll be here all week. Don't forget to tip your waitress. There. We don't need the biggest one. I need this one. The docking port looks way too tiny for this. The docking port is just the bolt that holds it together, man. There's no way that's gonna fit. All right. Did Brimo make the new emotes? They're excellent? No, Brimo didn't make him here. Yolkarps made them. On Brimo's recommendation. Brimo was like, yes, have Yolkarps make them. And I'm like, oh, okay. They are awesome. I do like them, Rocket Guy, yeah. Dr. Peter Parameter became interested in this in his career early on and wrote a formula entitled the thermokinetic displacement through a plastic nonlinear density of objects at random velocities and angles, which can just about be summed up with this formula here. Something I learned watching you is that the size of the docking port doesn't matter if you know how to strut things together. Correct? I mean, I might end up having to use a bigger one, in which case I could just swap it out, but this really, you shouldn't have to with this. I should put another wall like this right here, but now I'm worried about part count. So but I gotta make it so it looks like that thing's just not floating in 3D space either. Actually, you know what? That'll work. But we also need to make sure that the engines don't roast these things either. This isn't the real way that I want this to end up, but it's good enough. I can use this to end up tying in the structure together and just giving it just a little bit, just that much more of a reinforcement here. But now it looks like it's all one piece. I mean, if you looked at it from this angle, you'd be like, excuse me, excuse me. Where's the music? Wow, man, I just put that on a second ago. Here we go. Yeah, that's fine. It's not structural. Okay. So, the plate's finished. Let me switch that to that. No, that looks horrible. Just, I mean, that also looks pretty bad. It doesn't really matter. Sure, metallic. That looks fine. Why not? Alright, so... yeah. I hope this is over-engineered. I hope I over-engineered it. But this thing should be a tank. It should not move. This thing, there should be no deformation here. Because once again, just in case anybody's just popping around, they're trying to figure out what I'm doing here. This thing is supposed to, the rocket's supposed to dock to the back here. The rocket has an attachment port, and then it has its clusters of rocket engines right here and right here. And then this thing is supposed to do that. And when it does, it's going to sit up against the ground, right? Or at least it should. Oh, frick. I might end up... just chat, yo, just in case someone's paying attention, down the road, I might end up having to slide these I-beams down one tick. All the support I-beams need to go down one tick. The hinges won't give up? I don't think so. I have 9 of them. How will you deploy the launch pad at a particular location? I'm literally going to put wheels on this rem and then roll it to where I want. I wish I was cooler than that, dude. I wish I had some other kind of crazy, awesome solution, but I don't. Yep. Thanks, French. Yeah, it's going to knock all the struts out of alignment. A helicopter? No. Thanks, 2020. We might have to. It depends. Because you see how if I select the monoprop tank, see how it's kind of going into the ground a little bit? The I-beams kind of go into the ground, but I'm not sure if they go into the ground enough. Well, actually, yeah, that might be fine. Under load, it should be okay. That thing is a freaking tank, dude. Look at that. That's cool. I'm pretty happy with this. It looks about as strong as it actually is. All right. Let me, or we can just leave them there. We could use Kerbal Construction to pull the wheels off, or yeah, like Loopy said, we could just leave it there. Okay. Hydraulics. It shouldn't take many wheels, Loopy, to make this work. Yeah, it shouldn't take much. I wish I had the part count budget to be able to like form a flame trench in here and make it look nice, but it's honestly gonna have to end up looking like this. I might put some covers right here to cover up all the girders or whatnot, but yeah, it's pretty much just gonna have to stay like that, unfortunately. They'll auto-strut the heaviest, which might be helpful. I mean, how's this thing gonna look when it's in the down position? It would probably be good to have posts on the pad for the launch frame to rest on with same vessel collision when they're in the horizontal position. Yeah, I agree, because it's going to stress the hinges out. I was thinking about air brakes, Loopy, believe it or not. But I wasn't thinking about air brakes, Loopy. Yeah, no, we in fact, we're not doing that. I mean, unless I want to move them out here somewhere. But yeah, having a post for this thing to rest on would probably be nice. Or just, yeah, I mean, girder segments could do it as well. Alright, now we gotta figure out the hydraulics. Gotta figure out the hydraulics for this whole shebang and bang. So for these, I'm going to turn on interstage nodes again. And if we attach the interstage nodes, these things should stay nice and strong, but I can't move them in symmetry. So what I'll do is I'm going to make a little bit of a T-square right here off of the fairing. I'll make a T-square, and then I'll have these things go out. I'll have I-beams go out in symmetry like that. And I can use this to measure exactly where I want the hinge to be. Something happened with the ISS today? Yeah, Joe. Nauka's thrusters, the new module that they docked, the thrusters started firing after it docked unintentionally. Yeah, it was not ideal. There was some clenching MGB, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that there was probably some clenching involved. The crew on the station didn't even notice that it was happening, guys. They didn't even notice. I'm serious. They didn't notice. They were like, wait, what? Really? Okay. Picard didn't stand up and yell, red alert. Rip! Rip! They are more than trained. Everybody handled it. Nobody freaked out, and they solved the problem. It was actually really cool. Yeah, really neat to see. I'm thinking these can go right here, but radially attaching them is not the right idea. Where do we end up if that's the case? It's interesting to think about what signal occurred between the ISS and Nauka umbilical to cause that. Yeah, Rocket. I think, if you really want my honest opinion, I think someone just forgot to take it out of Ker's too. It was still in docking mode. Now, whether that's automatic or manual, I don't know. If it's automatic, well, then you got a software problem, right? But if it's manual, then... yeah, someone forgot to click the thing into the off position. How much was the orbit changed? No, it was rotation, so nothing. The orbit stayed the same. But they fixed it. It's all good. It shouldn't be manual, something like that. So, yeah, software then, huh?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pizza King! What up, man? Thanks for the 15er. That doesn't have much leverage right there. It doesn't have much leverage over that hinge. Huh. Okay, maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. What if we moved these back? No, that's... yeah, dad joke. Oh, please, just... spare me.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You spin me right round, baby, right round. Okay. That's a good spot. So take this, make sure we reset the hinge stuff like that. Okay, now take the other hinge, make sure it's oriented correctly. Make sure, so if we're going negative, it's going towards the back of the VAB. If we go over here, negative towards the back of the VAB. All right, they're both oriented correctly. Cool. This one needs to go down here, like right like that, and then it needs to move over here. And now I can get rid of my guides. And I like making my hydraulics basically push right into the ground. That helps prevent hinge drift if you have this thing pushing into the ground. Can't drift against the ground. They'll just hold it. In fact, stuff that freaking touches the ground usually just sticks there. Now give me a copy of these, and then the second set of hinges I'm going to actually put in symmetry, and they're going to be out here. And now these need to move up to right around there. Okay. $62, so that needs to go up 62. There we go, that goes like that. Take this. Okay. Some of these components I put in symmetry and some of them I didn't, and that's on purpose. I made some of these picking up in sim and some of them aren't because I opted for strength in the joint. He said joint. There, nice and uniform. There. Okay, what do you think? Nice and clean, huh? It's pretty good, dudes. Did you save? I did now. Okay, so these hinges, motor disengaged, motor disengaged, motor disengaged, motor disengaged, along with you, and you, and you, and you. Blue Shorts, what's up, dude? Have we heard any news about the ground anchor section update? I've heard nothing. Kerbal has been radio silent about that for a good while now. You have a playlist or something? I do. In chat, Hydra. It's Robert Parker. He's a Swedish synthwave musician. So save this, and now we're going to go back into the rotational debug controller. I'm going to move this up here. And then I will... just temporarily move that. And then put in what I think the maximum target extension would be. Actually, it's just the end. And that's, okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, do that. Do that. Take this thing, move it back into position. And make the minimum extension 62. Sorry guys, I know this isn't I'm really kind of not paying too much attention to chat today. I understand, and I'm usually not like this. The reason why is so I can make sure that this is done correctly. This is a lot of stuff to keep track of. I have not even tried to build I've never tried to build something this big and this hefty. That's can move something like what this thing can move. Hinge motor on the right-hand side. Everything is demotorized. So, how this should work is I should be able to select that. Target extension. Target extension. Target extension. Target. Select the cow controller, idiot. I mean, this pad's gonna be strong. I hope it's worth it. Just post them in the Discord, RJ. first of all, I placed that one by accident, so I'm gonna need the strong back controller as well in a second here. So I'm going to disable those controllers, and then table controller is enabled, and then we need to set the master time on it to like 120 seconds. Last thing I'll do is just put some stilts right here. Grandparents, same vessel interaction, same vessel interaction. Should hold it in place. All right, dudes. Is that it? Did I get all of it? Okay. Make sure to strut the I-beam support posts to the deck. I don't think we're gonna need it, Loopy, but alright. Actually, I'll make it go backwards. It'd be better if we made it go backwards. All right, let me get this thing a probe core. Just gonna put these over here, you know, not near where the rocket motors do explodey things. Just put that there too. Configure vessel naming, lander, 5B1 pad concept. Okay, perfect. Does it generate enough power? Yes. Yes. Yes, it does. See? Now it does. Alright, now keep in mind, fellas, this is half of the pad. We're going over 600 parts. It's gonna go over 600, guys. Unless I want to chop off some of the sides here, but we're just testing the reaction frame or the launch box here. That's what I'm gonna mess with. I'm just gonna put it over here, just in a place where I know it won't collide with the pad, and 276,000. Isn't there a truck there? No. Okay, so my transporter erector fell. That's okay. Bonk. Bonk. Bonka. Bonka S. That's just temporary. I haven't made the holders for that part. Oh, there's a lot of parts that aren't placed correctly here. Oh, that's so cool. Look. Oh, that's legit, man. Dude, how much do you think that thing weighs? What do you think this thing's mass is? That thing's mass has got to be 30, 40 tons by itself. But look around. Do you see it wiggling at all? I don't see it wiggling. It seems okay. Add a test weight? Not yet. Bonk. Oh my goodness. Hey, calm it down. Right around there. Let's just overestimate just a teeny weeny bit. 4.14. Remember that. No, 414, not 441. Yep, okay. Yeah, that's too much. It's too long of an extension. But some of these aren't placed right. See how that G11 is floating and that one isn't? Some of these aren't placed correctly. And some of the supports for this thing are also not placed correctly. So let's just reverse it. And let's see if I'm just holding it in place. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, Vulcan. Have any viewers given it a simulation flight? Yeah, Carrier Aviator in chat did it. He did some approach and landing tests. It works. We need struts. We need struts on the other side of these hinges. Look at the connection here. Those are sagging just a little bit. But those things are just moving all over the place. Yeah, that's no good. I need some struts there. See, this little stuff, these little things will cause drift. Is that on both sides? Yep. Slide the I-beams down one tick, we'll post later.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay. I saw what I needed to see. This is fine. I'm not seeing any sagging. The only sagging that I'm seeing is right there with those hinges. Those need to be strutted. I gotta run some struts probably from there, and I'll have them to the mid beam right here. Pulse, 59-month resub. One more. I know, Joe. Yeah, I got you. Thank you, bud. 414. Recover. Good. Good test. Most of that worked. Most of that worked right. Hey, Hayar, what's up, dude? Bonjour. Comment ça va? Yeah, I watch it. It's pretty solid. Mm-hmm. Fine, and me? I'm good, man. I'm trying to build a launch pad. I'm trying to make, I mean, when am I not trying to build a damn launch pad nowadays? I'm trying to make this. This is a launch pad for the X-37. See? That thing. Not the X-37, the X-33, excuse me. Yeah, I'm trying to build a bigger version of that. Okay, simple plan. Yeah. What's the worst that could happen? Am I right? Okay. Those are all the same. Those ones aren't. Alright, so this needs to go up one click. Now everything should be more or less equidistant. And then you guys not sure how well that's gonna work. More of general relativity has proven to be correct. Neat. Okay. The hydraulic piston bases, one of the 4 were touching the ground. Any ideas why it's doing that? It's because not all the beams for the pad were touching the ground evenly. These ones were too far down and it was pulling everything up, and it pulled one up over the other. Then we'll test it again here in a moment. Should be fine. Thing is, we got to do a little bit of trickery here. Let me take this, right? Attach a strut to it, and then put a strut onto the I-beam. And then we just quietly and quickly take that and just move it back into position. And now the game doesn't know the difference. Okay. Everything else worked really, really well, actually. I'm just not going to change anything at all. And now, in the cow controller, the maximum thing that we saw was 4.14. So I'm just going to go 4.2. We're going to go to 420. Nice. And just change those controllers to that. And yeah, that should be fine. Other than that, though, this thing was solid as a rock, man. Wasn't going to break. The only drifting, the only little bits of drifting we saw were these things, and now that they're strutted to the I-beams, they're frankly strutted to the I-beams that they're attached to, this thing should work just fine. We might still see a little bit of stuff moving around down here because of that same problem that I think we may have had. Yeah, some of these might end up floating off the ground. I'd have to shift the entire, just all the I-beams, just shift all of them down. We'll see what happens. But the hydraulics were strong enough to move that thing around. Oh, some of them still have damping and oh, no. That's why it was bouncing around all over the place. The hydraulics still had damping enabled. They were acting like shock absorbers, guys. Same vessel control for the middle girders. What? No. They're touching the ground, Kaz. The girders on the ramp. Oh. Oh, that's not in symmetry. I forgot. Oh, these guys. Yeah, for now. This is just a for now thing. We don't need to do that. In fact, hold on. There. Now that should be carried like a cradle. And now the strong back. That thing shouldn't move. But I should get it. We should get it moved. We should get it figured out. I should get this. I should just make the hydraulics for it now. Yeah, I'll do it now. So strong back rotational debug. We need to enable it. And that's where this thing needs to, that's the position where it needs to be. Do I still have a COM indicator anywhere on this thing? There should have been a flag. I thought I put something somewhere to mark the center of mass, but maybe I took it off because something changed. Posted them in Discord. Not sure how useful those are. Those are decent. All right, let me get the prototype Pathfinder. You want any specific testing done? Just do ascent, re-entry, and landing mostly. Alright, so let me just enable the rotational debug controller and then just do a little bit of that. Now, I have a center of mass marker right here. I'm going to copy that center of mass marker. And we're just going to put that down right there. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to attach it to the panel. And then I'm going to move it up here. And I'm going to align it with my center of mass indicator. And now I'll move the other thing back into position where it belongs. Make sure the struts didn't get messed up. Nope, struts aren't messed up. And now I have a center of mass indicator. This is where the hydraulics need to push on the vehicle. I have an easy solution for getting your mission log onto your website. You can copy it onto Google Docs. Oh, we were going to implement it onto the website, dude, but yeah. Don't worry about that. It's just something weird that's going on with it. Alright, so this is going to have to be double strutted somehow. I might... So, I used 2 on the old pad, and 4 here seems to be working okay. That seems alright. This thing was moving around, no problem, but then again, it wasn't under load. We're going to have to figure out how much hydraulics we're going to need in a little bit. But, You know what? I'll start off with 2 sets. Let's get a bicoupler. And we'll put the bicoupler just on the outside of the center of mass, just like that. Now, we strut grandparent, right? And then get me some hinges. No damping, demotorize. Actually, we could probably afford to use symmetry here, or just do symmetry. It's should be okay. The center of mass change when you fuel it. A little bit, Cameron, but the center of mass when we're fully fueled only matters, it only matters in one kind of aspect. As long as it's lined up with the center of thrust, I don't care. Yeah. So it does shift from a full tank of gas to an empty tank of gas, but as long as on the way up we're lined up center of thrust with center of mass, we'll be good when we fly into space. And then on the way down, we need to make sure our center of mass is lined up with our center of lift so the thing can fly correctly. That's it. The pad might care. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we feel it when it's vertical. Absolutely. Yeah. Why would you feel it when it's horizontal? Why would someone do that? It's gonna need to. It's gonna have to. There's no way that 2 of those things can push that. Yeah, it's got to be more. I just really don't think that that's gonna be how that's gonna happen. All right, so I'm gonna get the same sets of hydraulics here. Yep, this thing is going to be pretty hardcore. And we can always overclock these, I suppose. I'm going to reset their kind of criteria here. All right, so we'll put them into the exact positions that we want when they're defaulted out. So 4/8 should be fine. So that's 480 mil up. And then I'll do the same exact kind of strutting that I have on the other hydraulics, where we do that. Let me finish the pad, PBJ, and then if I get this strong back, this stuff done, dude, we'll, I don't think we're gonna necessarily have a launch, but, we can definitely move to integration tests tomorrow. Yeah. You know, I said it wouldn't take long for me to throw this pad together, and it really hasn't. It's taken me 2 streams. It used to take me months to make these, but I'm a little bit better at it this time around. Oh, wait, why am I I'm wasting time. I'm wasting time. Just leave that like that for now. Alright, actually, just get rid of them. These struts don't need to be here. Not yet, at least. I need to stack more pistons. And then we need to make the controller. So let me go into the strongback debug controller and then put the strongback in the fully extended position. And yeah, see, those are up there now, right? And holy crap. Okay. Yeah, Granny, I know what you mean. Take those Kraken Tech streams as me cutting my teeth, figuring out what I need to do, right? And then these streams are me applying all the knowledge that I have, that I've learned. You know? Well, I've already noticed a problem, so 1, 2... Okay, so that's how that's gonna work. All right. Why is there a floating panel? It's just a glitch. It's a glitch from the Pathfinder vehicle. I think 4 might be enough. I think.
Our first stop will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
Just need to copy the curve over and over and over and over again. Think it's enough reach? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Dude, it's pretty good. On Condor Strongback, why were they off to the side rather than directly under? Or were you just basing it off of the real thing? I didn't have any more space. I didn't have any more space. Target extension 4.47. And then I always overestimate, so let's go 4.5. Copy that curve and just paste it a bunch of times over all this. I didn't start at the top there. Are you going to use the same jet truck? I'm not sure the same jet truck can make this thing work. .08. Strong back main controller. Min value needs to be 0.08. Booyah. Okay, I can get rid of the prototype here. We don't need serial number 4 right now. Oh, I actually do, because I need to... Derp! I actually do need it. I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. Gonna make a whiplash truck? I don't have whiplashes unlocked, but if I did, yes. We're at 600. Oh, we're at 600 parts, damn it. Why does this stuff have to be so complicated? I'm getting frustrated. I'm not. This is freaking awesome. I'm really, really happy with this, actually. Hey, Moto. Everything is going fine, dude. Just once a little bit too far. Here we go. Yeah, the pad is going to need separate integration facilities. Yeah, that's just kind of a fact of life. Okay, all those struts are in position. Make sure these hinges are demotorized, 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 demotorized. I enabled them like an idiot because I'm getting tired. Save. Let me merge the Pathfinder one more time, which is my dud large SSTO. Oh, it's doing the thing again. It's not going to be around 2,000 parts. Maybe 1,300. Maybe 1,300. Alright, so the last thing I need to do is on the transporter. I just need a way to be able to push on that thing. That's it. That's all I need. So we need to go into the rotational debug controller here. We need to move the sucker all the way down. That's where we need to push, and this is where we need to push from. That's not gonna work. Oh, same vessel collision. Same vessel collision as the kickback. I can't do that. I don't know. You know what? Give me a 3P6. I know it's not the strongest thing in the world, but remove the damping function from it, and then the landing gear shouldn't collide with it, and it should just be able to sit right there. And yeah, and then if it auto docks, then yeah, that's just node snapped, so I can change that on the prototype if I need to. Okay, let's get rid of the prototype. And let's go get this stuff out there and make sure that it works. I'm just inversing these curves here on the rotational point controller to make that the default position. Okay. We've saved. Okay, let's test it. How far do you lower the PE? 26. 26.5 is usually where I end up. All right, guys, second test. Thank you for staying with me all this time. I do appreciate it. It has been a long day. Long day. Your boy's got 2 hours of sleep under his belt today. 2. Actually, it's closer to 4. I got 2 hours before Nelka and like maybe an hour and a half after. I haven't slept a lot lately. Rockets. Electron was good, Crumpet. Yeah. Second best excuse for lack of sleep is rockets.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Something ain't exactly right there. Hey, Virago, finally returned from overseas. P.S. Florida's spicy in July. Yeah. Well. How's the pad working? Tell you in a second. These are binding. There's a slight bind going on. See how they're moving independently of each other? We gotta strut them together. Well, actually, you know what? Probably don't. They'll be under load with the SSTO, so... Man, that strongback came out... Well then. That strongback does not look proportionally sized correctly. If I do say so myself. So we're 2 degrees out. Let me just back up the T. All right, what's the length? 442. 442. Cutlass. Okay, so now
no, RJ. You'd have to go back and look at the small SSDO for how they need to be configured. That's going to happen tomorrow, 95.
no, SpaceX waterproofed the fairings, Joseph. They just have them land in the water and then they fish them out. More or less stayed in sync with each other a lot better that time. I'm a little bit worried about that. I'm not gonna lie to you. A little worried about that. Is this Kraken Tech? No. It's just regular Regular old struts and robotics, but I over-engineered the heck out of this thing. It's a lattice of struts in here, but that's on purpose. Notice that nothing moves. Guys, seriously, you see how like when I go to move this thing, nothing shakes around coming in and out of time warp. There's just a slight movement right from the hinges there. And that's it. And I think I know the reason for that. Hey, Phoenix. Batteries look like they are clipping into the ground. Yep. That's the reason why it's jumbling around. There you go. Have you watched the new Grand Tour? No, Clutch. Been busy with rocket launches, dude. I heard it's good, though. Well, not I heard. I knew it was going to be good. Hey Nazalik, what's up? That's not ideal. Oh, nice, Mr. Clutch. Oh, they probably grilled us. That's what those guys like doing. Chunk ass.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kaz, gifted 5 subs. Hey, thanks, man. Hey, alright. Thanks, dude. I'm not sure if that strong back is going to be strong enough, guys. I think I might need to make it a little bit bigger, but it might work. Yeah, 442 on that controller, and okay, recover there. Sorry, I needed to check something. Is it a strong back or a strong belly? Sure. So the battery's clipping into the ground, we gotta fix. I gotta tweak the cow controller so the thing doesn't push beyond 90. And, yeah, I think we're okay. Bits! It looks amazing coming back from space. Well, that's good to know. Okay. Dry mass of the SSTO is 270 tons. I can't remember. Do you refine at the pad? Yes. I've played Starbase 619. I was in the alpha. This needs to read 442. Copy, paste, paste. Copy, paste. Okay. $272.8. That's 144 tons right there. Same vessel. Grandparent strut. And so this is 288 tons, so this is a little bit more. Wish me luck. This could end very badly, guys. 270 plus 18 tons plus... Well, let me put it to you this way, Crumpet. We'll either know or we won't know. Or we'll either know or won't whether this thing will be able to take it. I could just tell. Like, 300 is not that much more. It's only 12 more tons than this. If this thing can manhandle this thing, then I'm confident. I think we're good. But if it can't and it really starts struggling, yeah, then we know it's not going to be okay. So... Okay. Last test of the night, dudes. Linux, thanks for the raid. It's built into the rafters. Into the rafters. If you move it, the VAB will collapse. Well, it's a pretend VAB. I don't know if shock loading the reaction box is a good idea, because it's going to load physics with all that mass sitting on top of the TE, or on top of the reaction box. But you guys know my buddy Linux is a good buddy of mine that does a lot of... Ooh. Linux, how are you, man? Guys, give Linux a follow. He's a good buddy of mine. Holy crap. Yeah, fellas, you remember when I said I needed to move all the I-beams down a tick? Yeah. See this? The jittering? That's Kerbal's way of telling you that it does not like this. Well. Everything in my mind is saying abort this test, but if you've been with me for the entire night, well, I can't do that. I can't do that to you guys. What specifically does Kerbal not like about this? Too much pressure is being put on the fairing. That's all. Remember, like I said, the I-beams, look. See how I can select the I-beams and I can select the tanks behind the I-beams? The I-beams aren't touching the ground. All of the pressure, the full 300 or 280 tons of force is being pushed onto that fairing. That's why it's freaking out. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said I needed to move all the I-beams down one tick. And we were right. Because look, see how I can select stuff underneath the I-beam? I'm clicking through it almost. It ain't touching the ground. Well, Green, I gotta see. That's a good thing to know, but I still gotta see if the transporter erector can move this. Linux, what were you up to? Yeah, anytime you see stuff like this going on, this is Kerbal's way of telling you that you're overloading a part. This thing... Basically, physics is saying that the fairing should crumple. It can't handle that force. It should crumple, but crumpling isn't a thing in this game. And since stuff can't bend and flex, the fairing can't bend. It can't crumple. It's just one piece. Since it can't crumple, the game just does that, because it's just like, yeah, I don't know what to do here. JNSQ 215 mods. You're an animal. Hey, we got it. Oh. Something tells me that ain't gonna hold. Okay. Here we go. Strong back test. Reverse the position there. Our center of mass indicator, I didn't adjust the tanks. The COM of these two tanks together is just slightly out in front. So this actually is a little bit of an over-engineered test here. Oh! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, 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 oh my goodness. Uh-huh. I think it's bending. I don't think it's supposed to. I don't think it likes. Oh no! Oh my god! God! Not good. Oh, it tried so hard. It tried. It was like, I want to, EJ. I just can't. I want to, man. I just can't do it. Electrical charge is still at full. No, we don't have any hierarchy issues. We just... See, the TE is still in the spot that it needs to... Oh, that's very, very bad. Alright, let's take the mass out of this for a second. I was about to time warp, but that's not a good idea. Change the fuel tanks to SVI. If we change the tanks to SVI right now, the whole thing would explode. I play KSP on console. I know, forgive me. It's alright. And I completely feel your pain right now. There's no way you could do something like this on console, yeah. We just need some same vessel interaction between the strongback and whatever it's trying to push against, guys. That's all. The docking port will keep them together, but I need to have a block in there that holds it together. That's all. Is it coming back up? Yeah, I'm transferring the fuel loads out. In kind of hopes that it'll reset position. Oh, there you are. Hey, buddy. Old pal. So I need something that has same vessel collision here. I was about to hit SVI on this, but that's not a good idea. Was the fuel tank the dry weight of the SSTO or wet weight? Dry, Maxim. The SSTO is 1,300 tons wet. It's locked. It was locked out, Maxim. It was the hydraulic was locked out, which is just ridiculous to me. Yeah, we're gonna need something that can push up a little bit better than that. But other than that, yeah, I'd say we're doing all right. Everything down here looks okay. All right, Linux. Hey, have a good night, man. Yeah, see the pad took a swing right there? It kind of went right when we moved. Yeah, that's... Okay, we'll recover before I break something. Yeah, it can almost take the load, but... Yeah, it can almost take the load, but I need something that has same vessel interaction there. It just has to be that way. Has anyone told you that this is absolutely insane? Because this is absolutely insane. Yes. No. Yet. Maybe? Yes. No? Bless you. By the way, I did some tests with the SSTO today, and I was able to get it into orbit from horizontal takeoff on the runway without payload in a monstrously inefficient ascent. I bet this could do it pretty effectively. Dude, I saw Carrier Aviator do it, man. Look, just look. So, guys, you know, I didn't want to use engineering mode with the new mission mode rules, but something kind of inadvertent came up. I put my prototypes on KerbалX, and you guys do the testing. I don't do the engineering mode testing, but I need chat. I'm not allowed to do it. You guys are allowed to. It's actually a pretty cool balancing rule, and that helps. It makes it so you go, oh my god. So you can contribute. Which I think is cool. People can report their findings and test the equipment. So, yeah, Just Space Carrier confirmed your findings. Holy shit. When he ramps up, I'm like, what are you doing? Well, I don't think we need to worry about aero load testing. Ah! Oh my god! You're in transonic. You're in transonic 2/3 of a mile off the ground. It's staying together pretty good though. For a brick, it flew pretty good. I'm seeing some deformation actually up around the nose cone right there. Here, he turns it around. Watch this. Nice, Vulcan. That means we made it correctly. I love this workaround, dude. I made it into space while tilting back and forth trying to get it straight. This thing has an insane amount of delta V. It actually does okay in Time Warp 3, but not 4. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I hate it. I hate looking at this thing do this. It's... Dude, I'm not even flying it, and I'm still like, ah. Okay, alright. Oh my goodness. Oh, my mama said alligators on me because they got all them teeth and no toothbrush. This is why I spam so hard for the SSTO. Alright, so the I-beams need to go down 1 tick, huh? Is there anything else in here that's not placed correctly? Just honestly curious. You got a link for that video? Oh, mate, you got a link for the video? Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, Carrier used he pulled the body flap and flared it at the last second, which is sick, dude. It was really cool. Alright, so that needs to go down 1. That needs to go down 1. That needs to go down 1. Wait. No, these are in symmetry. I already moved that down 1. Okay. That one needs to go down 1. Juan. Okay. Thomas, what's that? 7 News, Melbourne. Fire crews are currently on scene of a battery fighter at Moorabool, near Geelong. Firefighters are working to contain it. That's not good. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, those are Tesla power packs. Yep. Laws, you can hear the headlines now. Exactly my thoughts, dude. Yep. You know it. You know it. You know what's gonna happen. It's just yeah, they were just trying to let a little bit of freedom out, that's all. Alright, all I need to do is put something in here with same vessel collision, right? And then I need to... That part needs to be strutted to the end of time. It will be transferring a lot of load, but actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this thing needs to move... right to the SRB. So I'm going to move this right back up into position. And then these things basically need to be going through the panel. And that's what they're doing. They're going through the panel and going down to the main SRB to help carry that load. What if we use... What would we use to verticate something of this size in real life? Would it just be hydraulics? Yeah. Yep. It would just be hydraulics, dude. Straight up. There's no really other good way to do it. Yeah, Just Base, have you ever seen the transporter erectors for Buran? They're... The TUA is ridiculous. Like, it's just... It's, it uses 2 of the same hydraulic, but it's 2 folds. So this one right here pushes it up to about 45 degrees, and then once that's done, this one right here pushes the rest of the way. It's, yeah, it's a pretty complicated piece of equipment. I've built that. We've built this, though. I've made that in KSP. Not the Buran transporter, but I have built, so I've it's getting late, man. My brain's not working. But then again, when does it? I've made those kinematics work before. Is that the right word? I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired. Yeah, see? There it is. Yeah, I made a transporter vehicle that can take a Falcon 9 or Condor 9 in game and take it vertical. Castle, I made 39A. This was my first ever pad. This got me hooked on doing it. I made 39A. It will be cool, Just Space, yeah. Complete with HIF, transporter, second stage, all the vehicles that you need. How much more stable was this one? This is impervious to Kraken strikes. If a Kraken strike's going to happen, it's going to be with nothing that has to do with the pad base plate. I copied this design for the SSTO. The SSTO uses the exact same base plate design. It's just in a different configuration. It is impervious to Kraken strikes. My little SSTO pad actually Kraken striked something else. Yeah, it does not get Kraken struck. It is the one who strikes. I wish I was around for this stuff. It seems cool. Yeah. Yeah, this thing is the same way. This thing will end up the same way, dudes. Are your shuttles retired now? I haven't really used them very much, Maxim, but we're basically on the verge of replacing them with something better anyway. I'm building a launch pad to fly this. Guys, I'm just gonna call it like it is. This thing is Collins in SSTO form. I'm just gonna call it like it is. This is Collins in single stage to orbit form. Yeah. I learned so much when we built that shuttle, and I utilized it here. It's like we took the space shuttle, the external tank, and a C5 Galaxy and just kind of... And then maybe a slice of cake and just... Yeah, Maxim, I made a small... This was the big one. I made a small version of this thing, and we called that the K-33 or Jebstar. It's over here. Jebstar, or K-33, whatever you want to call it, is a sweet little SSTO. It's a small version of this. Everything that I piloted the program with this thing. The big Collins, or well, the other one's Jebstar. This is the K-33. The K-33 is a smaller version of Jebstar. So I flew this one first to keep costs down. And, yeah. It flies, this thing flies okay. I made this thing, I didn't make this thing, so like with Collins, I designed it a little bit for Kerbal and a little bit like the real one. It was supposed to kind of get the point across of how the real shuttle flies, but it was good for KSP. These things are good. They're analogs of the real one. I figured out in reality how they were supposed to fly, because they never did. And then I figured out how that would translate into KSP, and then I built these. How much Delta V does it have? This has 4,000 B0. The small one has a payload capacity of about 2 tons up into space, so it's good for just crew rotations and small satellites. We proved that this thing is a good, viable system by launching this 10 times with different payloads and never recovering it. In fact, the last one that I put out, serial number 10, is sitting out in my storage area. We will launch it again soon. So it's it's proven, man. The thing is proven pretty well. And then there's Jebstar, this thing. This is just a scaled up version of it. It's the same thing, but bigger. Like, if we load up the Prototype 5, I have a comparison in here. And don't get me wrong, this one isn't the final version, but you get the idea. See? So, these triangles are a quarter of the size of those triangles. And these triangles are a quarter of the size of those triangles. So, with the small one, I have the tiny triangle and then the mid-range triangle. And then with the large one, the mid-range triangle is my small triangle, and this thing is 4 times the size of that, and the biggest triangle, the large triangle, is that. They're literally exactly the same, and they should fly about the same. Chat is viewers do tests for me nowadays. Viewers are my engineering mode. I put the thing up on Kerbal X and people download it and try to fly them. From all the reports that I've gotten from all the people that have flown this thing, it flies exactly like, the big one flies exactly like the small one. Which is, needless to say, I'll be honest with you, pretty freaking bad. These things are designed to fly bad. The real X-33 and the real Venture Star did not fly very well. Worse than the shuttle. But they worked. Glitchhound, I think I'm going to keep this thing in service when I don't feel like launching a 700-part shuttle with like a 100-part payload on a 600-part pad. For small low Earth orbit or low Kerbal orbit operations, it would probably be cool to keep this thing in line. Can you launch the little one on the back of the big one? No. I mean, I could. I mean, this thing could put the little one into space, but it could put the little one into space with no fuel. Yeah. So, not sure how useful that would be, but yeah, I suppose. Why is it so thick? Petrol. Gasolina. Mucho gasolina. Glitchhound, I'm trying to figure that one out. That pad that I'm working on, yeah, I would like to be able to install an adapter plate on the thing and then be able to launch the little one and the big one from the same pad. But, yeah. First thing I gotta do is design. I gotta design the pad first before we go any further. But, yeah, that's what I'm working on, Maxim. Yeah. This is what I'm working on, dudes. If we can nail this, oh man, yeah, this will be better than Collins. It'll be better than Collins because it has its own launch pad, and it can do everything that Collins can do and more. And I never have to recover it. No recovery at the end of the mission. Just drive it back over to this pad. I'm gonna make a ramp right here. Just roll it to the ramp and right back on. Alright, guys. I've been going since 9 this morning. Well, not really. I started streaming early for Nauka, and then I took a break, and then I came back, and Yeah, we've been grinding this pad out since. Yeah, all honesty, pad should be finished by tomorrow. Couple of things we need to button up here and there. Pad should be finished by tomorrow. And then what we'll do is I'll take my mass simulator prototype called Pathfinder. Ironically, because the other one is Pathfinder too. This is a prototype that is, it has all the expensive parts taken off, but it's the same shape. It's the same shape and it's the same mass, and I'm using fuel as ballast. And we will take prototype 4, or we will take the Pathfinder, serial number 4. 3 is the one that's finished. We'll take 4 and I'll finish the pad tomorrow, and we're gonna roll this thing up onto the pad. Yeah, this is, dude, it is coming together. Man, if that new version of Kerbal didn't come out, and I had that week, I would have nailed this deadline. I really would have. Thank you for giving me an extension on it, guys. I'm going to nail this. I will get this thing into space by the end of this week. Yeah. I know enough I've engineered enough pads and enough vehicles and enough stuff over time that we can just pretty much build what we want right off the bat. It's not going to take me 6 months to make a freaking launch pad anymore. I mean, what do I have left to build out here? I need to build out the launch pad and the vehicle. And then I need a transporter vehicle or jet truck or whatever we're gonna need there. We need to figure out a way to put payload in and out of it. I need to be able to get payload in and out of this thing. So payload integration and payload bay operations is kind of where we need to go with that. But I would rather fly the thing before I work on all that. Let's do exactly what we did with the small one and get this system and the pad operational, because that's bare minimum for operations. I can conduct operations without all the buildings being built. The first space shuttle mission didn't fly with the robotic arm, you know? So the payload bay ops weren't completely fleshed out. The big pad took roughly 2 days thus far. Yeah, I mean, I basically had a blueprint on how to make it with a small pad, but yes. Yeah, I'll have this thing finished by tomorrow. And then we'll take prototype 4 and we'll try to get the thing up the ramp, because I got to make a ramp for this. And yeah. We can do more load tests with the pad tomorrow. This thing, though, that thing's a freaking armored box. I don't think I've ever built something that strong, and it is strong. Will the rocket need 4 times the engines to get up the ramp? It's 6 times the mass, guys, so it's probably going to need 6 times the engines. Oh no, what is that jet truck going to look like? Jet truck will brrr. We might need to figure out another solution there. Jeez. How did you build the base plate for Jebstar? Base plate? This thing right here, Inky? Well, the entire structure is based around a fairing shell. And then I built this thing in a way where you see how like this one comes from the top and in, and then if I go over here, this one goes from the bottom and up. Basically, I built it in such a way where stuff interlocks together and it's all strutted. And this thing, yeah, it basically stays super rigid. Okay. I hear shuttle engines are really cool. Imagine them on a truck. Yeah, I interlocked this whole thing together. So like these panels, they're not just decorative. They actually serve structural purpose. The panel actually goes and wraps around the I-beam. See that? It wraps around it, and then guess what? It's strutted to the center thing, the center beams right here. These center beams are attached to these outer poles here. Everything is kind of interlocked together to make this thing super freaking rigid. And then I went a little bananas with the hinge engineering because I wasn't sure. Those hinges held up great. The only problem that we had during that whole, when I tried to bring the load simulator down, the only problem I had was that there was no same vessel collision here. We weren't able to transfer load onto the strongback. It overpowered the hydraulic even though it was locked out, and yeah, that was the only problem, guys. How many parts is this pad right now? Oh, it's 617 parts. There's probably some places where I could take some parts out of the design, but like obviously we're not going to need these solar panels, but guys, I purposely kind of left room down here for ISRU, so I can just mine my own damn fuel. Get your own damn milk! The one thing that I haven't really figured out with either of the SSTOs is how to put people in them, or get people out of them after it lands. But once again, I'm more looking for operational capacity here. I think, and once again, I'm supposed to go at the deadline in good faith, right? I'll consider the deadline met, and I don't know if you guys people will probably not do that. I'll consider the deadline met when both the SSDOs can take off, come back down, land at the runway intact, and be in a good enough condition to be able to be launched again. So if I get the big SSDO on an orbital flight test by Saturday, I think we're good. I mean, I busted face on that SSTO, dude. This is the fastest I've ever gone on any Kerbal project. Any big Kerbal project like this. I mean, guys, my shuttle took me months. Collins NG took me 6 months. I think it took me 2 months to make the external tank. And the orbiter took another 3 or 4 easily. I mean, and look at what we busted out in freaking 2 weeks, a month. So, yeah, I hope you guys enjoy it. I hope you guys are enjoying this content. We've been doing a lot of engineering, but don't worry. We're gonna, if I get that deadline, we're gonna move slowly away from engineering, and it'll be less engineering and more on-orbit operations. With what we're planning on doing, I really want to get this SSTO flying once a stream. I think that's reasonable. We can get it to move payload up into space once a stream. I'm pretty damn proud of this stuff, dude. Pretty proud of it. Yeah. That, we got a lot done with that pad today. A lot more than you think. Let's go chill with Taradra. Taradra's playing some RimWorld. Let's go see what he's up to. So anyway, guys, I will be back. I'm gonna finish this pad. I'm gonna finish it by tomorrow. I'll probably be, well, no Starliner tomorrow, so tomorrow's Friday. I'm thinking start the stream somewhere between noontime and 2. Somewhere around there, depending on if I can actually get some sleep tonight. The last 2 days kind of kicked my butt, but he said butt. So 12, 2, somewhere in there is when we'll start. Use your venture star to build out moon infrastructure like the space shuttle was supposed to do. Mayor, I think, well, we're going to continue the Freedom Lunar program. That was the whole intention when DART and Freedom got canceled, was to replace it with a fully reusable architecture. And I suppose the expectation was always to just continue with the lunar missions. But I do want to start doing some commercial missions as well with the SSTO, so yeah. Yeah, we got to keep going. So go see what Taradra's up to. Thank you for your round of applause. I hope you guys enjoyed the new emotes. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I know that these aren't the most. I mean, I know you guys dig it, but for the VOD viewers, I know these aren't the most fun streams to watch in terms of like testing and building and stuff. But yeah, as the SSDO moves into operational capacity, we will be doing less and less of that, and we'll be doing more and more flying. So. Let's, this SSDO program happened because we killed Jeb. I did. Let's make sure that the thing that we put in place that carries his name is going to be amazing. One of the best things I've ever built. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. No taking our foot off the gas pedal. See you tomorrow. We'll figure this stuff out, and we should be doing integration tests by